Play. Ready. Play.
Hello there. Well then, it's the ATP finals. This is the red group qualifying match, and we are talking tennis. Owen, how are you doing?
Nick, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, it's been good fun. For those of you who are maybe newer to the stream, for those who are maybe newer to the stream, who may not have gone back and watched previous podcast episodes, because I appreciate this is your debut on commentary. Owen, do you want to tell our viewers a bit about who you are?
Sure. I am a co-founder of the website Popcorn Tennis with Scott Barclay, for which you write, Nick. Very well, yeah. I'll say. Yeah, we cover a bunch of stuff. We're probably sometimes goofier than we should be, but yeah, it's a fun website, so check it out.
I like the fact we're a mix of serious and goofy. We've got a mix of serious 5,000 word essays on Federer and Nadal and Djokovic. Yeah. And we've also got 69 things I hate about tennis.
That's right. All that was so... those were both so fun to write. Oh my gosh. It's Scott and I have talked about bringing back the 69 things I hate about tennis, because it's been a while since we did that. But yeah, that I don't know if you know this, that piece was actually how we got in contact with Jethro, because he responded to us and was like, "Oh my gosh, this is so funny," and we were like, "Thanks." Like, and then I saw that he wrote for Last Word on Tennis. Just like, want to write for us too.
Yeah, yeah. Here he is. I mean, has he actually written for us yet? He has written some.
Jethro.
Yeah,
he's written a couple of things. He wrote about Baez at one point, and I think he's in the process of writing something about Schwartzman too.
Cool. Anyway, that's by the by. This is the match: Stefanos Tsitsipas against Andrey Rublev. I am actually very excited about this match because, as we see on the screen, they have a fascinating rivalry. Almost every match they've played has been brilliant, or at least they've gone for a lot of really good three-setters. I'm thinking particularly of the final in Hamburg in 2020. Yeah. But most recently, Tsitsipas has won a couple of tight three-setters to edge up in the rivalry 6-4. That being said, I think Rublev won when they last played in Turin. So this is a real knife-edge winner-takes-all match anyway. But the fact it's these two, and given the record they have against each other, this is going to be absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot at stake for both of them as well, because they've both done some really impressive things this year, but I can't help but think they're both somewhat dissatisfied with their years. I think to an extent they've maybe underachieved, especially Tsitsipas. I look to Roland Garros losing pretty early to Holger Rune, where he was a set away from the title last year. And Rublev has won a couple sets in major quarterfinals this year, which he hadn't done before. But it feels like his ceiling has been pretty static this year as well. And so I think like making the semis at the World's Tour Finals is a big result. And yeah, only one of them can do it.
Yeah. I think, let's face it, we talked about Rublev's top line being pretty static for a couple of years now, haven't we? Tsitsipas, I don't know. We've seen his top level as it is now, but I think there's this sense that it could be even higher, but he hasn't shown it yet. If we think about how he was playing on clay in 2021. So he's the one with the most potential. I was saying when I was chatting about this match on the stream last night with Shrihari and Jethro, I genuinely finding it hard to call this one. My head is telling me Tsitsipas. My gut is telling me Rublev. How are you feeling about it?
Interesting. Yeah, I would lean Tsitsipas as well. I think, and it's interesting what you said about his ceiling, because I think his issue here this year hasn't necessarily been his ceiling not being high enough. I think it's just that he hasn't played his best. I think it's happened in a handful of matches tops. And I think his ceiling is significantly more impressive than Rublev's, but I think Rublev's had an easier time playing his best than Tsitsipas on the whole this year. Vanch, how are you? I think you're muted.
Oh yeah.
No, he's not.
How is it going, guys?
Going well. How are you?
Good. How are you? Excited about this match?
Yeah.
Yeah, should be a good one. It's a must-win for either player. So.
Yeah. Got a comment from Ghibli. I was wanting to write about Chapo for something, but he's so confusing. I'm not sure how I feel about Dennis. You and me both. In this one, I'm hoping for Tsitsipas, if I'm honest, and think his ceiling is higher. Yeah, I think that's a good take. I think, I don't have a rooting interest in this one. I think that Tsitsipas is more likely to cause damage if he does make it to the semifinals. I think Rublev would probably lose to whoever he matched up against. Hey, Miles. I think, but I think Tsitsipas having won this tournament before and having the higher peak level probably is more potential this week.
Do you want to put in the chat how you can submit articles to Popcorn Tennis if Ghibli wants to send something to us?
Yes, our if you go to our Twitter account, our email address, popcorntennis1@gmail.com, it's in the bio. So just, send us a note.
Still can't believe we had to put a 1 on that Popcorn Tennis already exists at Gmail account. But anyway, the match has now started, and it's actually a pretty good rally to start, which ends with a backhand passing shot from Stefanos Tsitsipas. Good start, as Tsitsipas is serving.
Yeah. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players running well. Rublev, I thought, did well coming in, but that was a nice backhand pass from Tsitsipas, actually making good use of his single-hander.
Yeah, how about that? I always like it when a match gets started with a really good first point. I think it builds a ton of confidence for whoever wins it. And it also just bodes well if both players are hitting the ball cleanly. And a first serve return winner from Rublev on the second point. Yeah, this is bubbling up nicely.
This has started perfectly. I think if it carries on like this, we're in for a good one tonight. We could be for the best match of the night, of the week. And that's saying something, given we've had some epics involving Daniel Medvedev.
Yeah, Djokovic Medvedev in particular was pretty monstrous. So if it beats that, I'll be thrilled.
I mean, Djokovic Medvedev was basically long rallies galore, as you would come to expect from those two. Often quite neutral, waiting for one of them to pull the trigger. Usually Djokovic, and then him getting frustrated that Medvedev was just getting everything back. So it was very classic for their rivalry, really. But yeah, obviously very good quality from both, consistent hitting.
Yeah, I mean, Djokovic was looking pretty winded from like the middle of the second set tiebreak, and so I can't help but think Medvedev should have won that. I mean, he served for the match like he did against Tsitsipas, and but played a bad game. Djokovic played a great return game. Medvedev also just not as good as he needed to be in that last tiebreak.
Tsitsipas wins the opening game of the match with a wonderful forehand volley up at the net. Pretty simply set up.
Okay, cool.
Vanch, how are you seeing this game so far? Pretty good start.
This is an interesting matchup, of course. Yeah. I think it's pretty well balanced actually indoors. They've had some good contests in the past. I remember at the ATP finals in 2020 was a third set tiebreak with Tsitsipas won 8-6, and they played a couple of times this year as well in Astana and Madrid, and Tsitsipas has won both of those matches in 3. I expect this to be pretty close as well, just because this court is really rewarding big serving, and you're seeing a lot of holds of serve, not as many breaks. I just give Tsitsipas a slight edge in this one. I think he just has a little bit more. I think he definitely just has a more all-court game in general. I think he can use his transition game to great effect. I think he can attack some second serves that Rublev will give him, which I didn't think Medvedev did a very good job of when they played in the round-robin match. But I do see, this being tight and some good high-quality tennis if this first game is anything to go by. But I'm predicting Tsitsipas to win this in 3 sets. How about you guys?
I would go Tsitsipas in a tight 2 sets, I think. I feel like I do think he's a big match player. I don't know if that has necessarily shown through all of this year, but I think he's going to be in a ruthless mood. I think the matchup treats him pretty well. And I think the court speed is probably better for him as well. I feel like if he can serve well, he could probably go unbroken for the entire match, as we've seen with a couple of players this week. So, yeah.
I'm gonna almost for the sake of being different, but also like I think it might happen. I'm gonna go for Rublev in 3. I was saying to Owen earlier, my gut's telling me Rublev, even though my head is telling me Tsitsipas, and usually I go with my head. But I think Rublev's due a win in this rivalry. I think he really does bother Tsitsipas. As you can see, Tsitsipas is really kind of scrambling in this early rally. Actually, this rally is pretty good. Rublev still on the attack, and in the end, Tsitsipas has a error forced on the backhand by Rublev to go. He goes 30-15 up in this service game.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I think Rublev. What Rublev does really well is he takes the ball really early and on the rise, and he takes your time away by doing that. Especially to Tsitsipas's backhand, he can really rush Steph, particularly in that corner. And Tsitsipas is going to have to use his great forehand defense and scrambling skills like he did there to get back to neutral. But Rublev with the answers in that rally.
Yeah, and Tsitsipas doesn't like being rushed. So having said that, he did a very good return there to rush Rublev, who put that forehand into the net. So I think I'm going to go for Rublev in this one. And also, I quite fancy the idea of having the almost ultimate chaos lineup of the semi-finals of Djokovic, Fritz, and Ruud against Rublev.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't line up with what I picked. But yeah, I think, Vanch, you touched on this a bit earlier with the transition game. I will say, with Rublev, as great as that forehand is, and as early as he takes the ball, I think in the past, if a player has shown that they're able to defend against him, he doesn't have a whole lot of other options. Like, he's not going to hit 10 drop shot winners. He's not going to come into net and hit great volleys or anything. And I think Tsitsipas has a few more options at his disposal.
I agree with that. That goes back to Tsitsipas being a bit more well-rounded in general, I think. But I'm interested to see if Rublev can take some backhands down the line and get Tsitsipas off of that pattern which he likes to be when he's hitting those cross-court backhands. Because actually the thing about Tsitsipas and his backhand is that when he has time, I feel like he doesn't miss very much with it. But what tends to happen is he can get rushed and he can drop a few of them short or central, and then some players can step up and take the ball early and try to expose him sort of cheating to his left a little bit. So I'm interested to see if Rublev can do that with his backhand down the line. He hit a lot of backhands down the line against Medvedev just as a way to change patterns.
I know I wasn't really myself for like a lot of the week.
Owen's having a conversation. Anyway, we're back into the third game of the match. Tsitsipas serving at 15 love and goes 30. Oh, thought he was going 30 love up, but then that ball's called out, so he's challenging. Yeah, I mean, look, I get what he's saying. Like, the matchup should favour Steph. He's got that little bit more to play with. I would say he's definitely got better form going into this tournament. But sometimes tennis defies logic.
Yeah, and it's a big match for both players, and they're both going to be good. They're both probably going to feel a little bit of nerves, especially when it's time to close. I actually worry a little bit about. Well, I guess not worry. I mean, because they're both kind of in the same situation, but I'm interested to see what happens as this match progresses, and whoever takes the first set, whether they have a dip or how much they're able to sustain that really high level.
Yeah, for sure. Well, interesting point as Rublev has won the second point of this opening over the second Tsitsipas game. It's 15-all. Yeah, I think it's definitely intriguingly poised for them both. I think at the minute, actually, given that Rublev's had a bit of a static season, as we kind of alluded to, I think this ATP Finals, regardless of the outcome, is going to be good for him because he's put in some really strong performances against the best in the world. He's beaten Medvedev, who's someone who's had a bit of a matchup problem with in the past. He's already pushing Tsitsipas out the gate. He didn't quite match Djokovic, but we weren't really expecting him to. Overall, it's going to be a good end to his season, regardless of how this match turns out.
Yeah, it's always good to finish off the year against 3 top 10 players. I think that's one good thing about this tournament. You're guaranteed 3 matches. And even if some of them are dead rubbers or they're not as consequential to maybe the overall tournament, it's definitely a big boost. I mean, not only just in ranking points and money, but but more so just for confidence into the off season and like more information on what to work on and fine tune those skills. Assuming players are actually taking that time off and using that to work on things in their game, which is really hard to do in tennis, as we know, because the season is so long.
I mean, has Tsitsipas worked on? Have either of these players worked on much of their games?
I think that's a great question, because I think you can make a pretty compelling argument that in the last year, neither of them have really improved. I think besides 1 or 2 matches maybe this year, probably wins over Medvedev for both of them. Like, I don't know if either of them did anything that we didn't already know they were capable of, Like,
yeah, it's a good question, though.
Yeah, like, I think the only matches Tsitsipas has won as an underdog this year were the ones against Medvedev on hard court, and like great wins, but there are only 2 of them and nothing in the first half of the year. And I don't even know if Rublev has had that many.
Yeah, I'm encouraged. A few things I've seen in Tsitsipas. I mean, obviously those tactics against Medvedev, something we hadn't seen before, really. Cincinnati and the match we saw in the round robin. A lot more use of the slice backhand, a lot more drop shots, a lot more conviction behind coming forward and sticking to the serving volley as a game plan, but at the same time not making it so predictable. Mixing it up. I think he's trying to work on the block return. He's probably just trying to improve his efficiency and just commitment to what he's already really good at, which is a great forehand, great transition game, great serve, good second serve. I mean, but a few of those weaknesses still remain, but I'm interested to see what more Rublev adds in his game because, of course, and also I'm interested to see what happens in this match mentally because, I mean, in the Medvedev match, he actually showed me something really positive, which is that he lost the first set after having 7 match points, but he still showed that grit and desire to come back and win. And he kept that going. And in the end, he won like 3 30-plus shot rallies in the third set tiebreak, staying with Medvedev and actually being patient and constructing the points better. So I thought that was a step forward. But then against Djokovic, I feel like he kind of reverted back to the mean. I mean, first 9-10 games were really close and competitive. But once he sort of lost that edge and Djokovic came up, raised his level, Rublev wasn't really able to change tactics or match it. And so I'm curious to see what happens if Tsitsipas takes the first set and how Rublev sort of deals with the ebbs and flows of the match in that sense. And if he's willing to dig really, really deep.
I think that's a good question. And I think he will be just because, like, I think the Djokovic match, like the second set, he wasn't where he needed to be. But I feel like to an extent, it didn't really matter how well he played there. He was going to lose probably in straight sets because that's just what Djokovic does, and it's a tough matchup. But I think against Tsitsipas, Rublev's going to have some confidence because he knows how to beat him. He's done it before. I think, and against Medvedev, those long rallies were so amazing. Use his backhands down the line, which is not a reliable shot for him quite often. That's the shot I'm most curious about tonight. I feel like that could be a difference maker. I don't know. At the least, like he's going to do better in this match than he did in the Djokovic match. I feel comfortable saying that.
Yeah, I feel confident saying that as well. I mean, the level that Djokovic played in the second set was outstanding in that match.
Yeah.
But I just hope he doesn't really give those signs away so early. Like at the end of this first set, he was already giving it away. And, that he feels kind of hopeless in this match. And I just hope he doesn't do that again because these players can pounce on that and take advantage, and there's not a whole lot of time, especially if you lose the first set.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like he will because he's currently 40 love up. He has double faulted at 40 love. This is Rublev we're talking about, right?
So far they seem to be holding serve rather comfortably. It's 40-15 right now. Rublev serving.
Despite the opening points of the opening game being rather epic. Yeah, I mean we've had a couple. I think we've had a 30-all. Couple 30-alls, but at this stage in the match, they're serving right. Like Rublev's having to do a second serve and then sprays a forehand into the tram lines, which isn't great for him. So he's already gone from 40 love to 40-30 with a couple of somewhat wayward shots, double fault, and then an odd forehand. So let's see how he does on this point. Serves into Tsitsipas, forehand again, cross court. It's kind of neutral rally right now. Rublev putting everything to the forehand, but Steph puts a little bit more into his and hits a forehand winner cross court, and he takes it to deuce.
Yeah.
We were saying?
It's great.
Yeah, Tsitsipas finding that cross court angle, but Rublev not really giving him just kind of putting it too central in the court and allowing Tsitsipas to attack there.
Yeah, and I think we're going to talk a lot about Rublev's forehand in this matchup because Rublev, that is the shot that defines Rublev, but he does it really well. But I think Tsitsipas's forehand is slightly better. I think it's more versatile. I think he defends better with it. As we saw there, he can beat Rublev in forehand to forehand exchanges. That's not going to happen every time, but he can do it. I think the battle of the forehands is going to be huge today as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. Rublev serves an ace to start off with, and to get to advantage, and unfortunately for him, it's getting taken back to deuce. So that's somewhat frustrating.
Yeah, and compared to the Medvedev match, I feel like he's going to have a lot of looks, Tsitsipas, on the second serve, and he's going to want to, especially on the ad side, like as you saw there, he was trying to run around his backhand and trying to hit a nice, deep, heavy forehand and set up the point on the return. He's going to look to do that a lot, I think.
Yeah, Tsitsipas had a couple of really good returns in the 0-1 game already. And, Rublev's second serve, I think, is as attackable as a second serve is going to get at the top of the game. So this is the time to do it, absolutely.
Yeah, Tsitsipas.
So, as attackable, I hear other players who have probably potentially more concerning second serves than Rublev.
Yeah, I think in general, definitely. But like at the World Tour Finals, like in the top 8, I think his second serve is probably the weakest.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Rublev being nice and aggressive here at this point to finish it at the net with an overhead.
It's a good
that was a nice Rublev smash.
Yeah, great footwork there too, and confident smash. That was pretty close to the line. Yeah, and I'm encouraged by Rublev's demeanor as well. You've had quite a few like bad mistakes in this game, but he's sort of just shaken his head a little bit, mimed the motion. Nothing too crazy, and I think part of that is because it's 1-2 in the first set, so you're not going to make any fatal mistakes at this point. But I like that he's sort of being gentle with himself so far. I think that's going to be key if he's going to keep his head in this match.
It depends on how serve dominated this match is too. If you have a fatal mistake early on and then there's no breaks for the rest of the match, you're kind of stuck, right? If you continue to play at high level for the rest of it.
Yeah, it's a great defense by Tsitsipas there.
Yeah,
but yeah, you're right, Nick. Like you definitely don't want to lose your serve as well because Tsitsipas has a great service game. He's going to be hard to break. So you get broken here, that could be set over, really. So yeah, it's still early, but big moments as well.
Again, Rublev finds himself another game point. He's serving all right into the deuce court, the ad court, where he needs to win the points. I think
he was on that first serve, but just didn't get it back in play.
Yeah. You guys.
So Tsitsipas got a return in from a Rublev first serve and then puts Rublev on the defense, and Rublev eventually goes long, kind of stretching with a backhand, and it's back to deuce. Sorry, what were you saying, Owen?
Yeah, do you guys remember that 4-all game in the third set of Djokovic-Medvedev this morning? Because that was talking about serving well on the deuce side and not doing well on the ad side. It was felt like every single deuce Djokovic would hit an ace on the deuce side, and then make a bizarre mistake on the ad side or just lurch over at the end of a long rally. Finally got broken, but he was able to break back.
Yeah, you could tell he was tired with the forehands he was kind of hitting in that game because he was really sort of reaching for some and out of position on some others. And then on the deuce side, he would just get a quick first serve point or just serve and volley, come in behind it. He was really confident on the deuce side.
Great point of the match coming up as Rublev almost looked like he was going to punch his racket, thought better of it, but it's definitely upset. But it's break point for Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Yeah, first big reaction from Rublev there, and after a great return from Tsitsipas off a second serve to force the error. So it's a great
first of many as well. Again, Tsitsipas gets that first serve back in play, and Rublev's trying to dictate with the forehand, but Tsitsipas getting everything back, going to and from backhand to backhand again. Rublev inside our forehand winner to save break point. He finally wins a point on the outside on his serve. and he does it in the most clutch way possible.
And that was the first time he actually mixed up his serve location, and he went to the Tsitsipas backhand and actually got him up pretty stretched out wide. And Tsitsipas, to his credit, made the return, but now Rublev with the answer with the inside out forehand winner.
Yeah, yes, Rublev was up 40 love. That's a good catch.
Yeah.
That's a big hold because losing a game from 40 love up on your serve can be psychologically damaging, to say the least.
Yeah. Let's see what happens on the second serve here at Deuce.
Hanya.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Didn't hold. Just saved break point. Yeah.
Oh dear. Kind of dropped that the second serve mid-court and then puts the forehand in the tram line. It's another break point opportunity for Stefanos Tsitsipas. This is already unraveling for the Russian.
Yeah, that second service an Achilles heel every time he has to hit it. It's, we've had a couple double faults already, a couple big returns. Like you can see already game 4. It's, Tsitsipas's eyes are getting big when he hits it. Rublev knows that. He knows he has to do more with it, so he's missing. Like that's not a good trend. He needs to improve that shot if he's gonna go up the rankings.
Tsitsipas feeling good that he was able to win that point with his backhand.
Big forehand from Steph, and that puts Rublev in this margin. Another winner. It's a winner on the forehand, and Stefanos Tsitsipas breaks.
Oh yeah,
for 3-1.
Yeah, that's huge. That first inside out forehand was beautiful. Just scrapes the line. Not a lot you can do with that.
Yeah, Rublev a little pretty frustrated having lost that game from 40 love up.
Yeah, and that's fair, but I think in a moment like that, you just have to put your head down and get ready for the next return game. He didn't do anything wrong on that break point. Tsitsipas played a great point. Sometimes you have to accept that and just move on, because I don't think the admonishing himself is going to help. I think that negative energy is going to boil over, and that just, unless you're John McEnroe or Djokovic or Serena, it's just not really going to help your tennis.
You know what? When you mentioned Djokovic, actually, when you said Tsitsipas's eyes are wide on the return, I thought the most iconic thing about wide-eyed return is Mr. Novak Djokovic.
Mouth hanging open, yep.
Yeah, as Rublev throws his racket after losing the opening point on Tsitsipas's service game. Furious with him.
It's a bad miss, but it's too early for this, Like, this is not a set point or a match point. Like, it's okay. There are time to make up for these mistakes. That's tough to watch.
Is this what you'd be saying if you were Rublev's coach?
Yeah, I mean, this is a trend. Like, does he not have people saying this to him? Because it's been happening for a while now. I don't know. I hope he gets the right voices in his ear.
Do you think it's a Russian thing? Because I think I've definitely seen a few other Russian players, not as extreme as Rublev, but doing similar things where they're really being aggressive into the racket. Medvedev has moments. Marat Safin famously had moments. Mikhail usually cut his head open.
I think if you do it, you have to just reset immediately and just use that as like a way to channel your anger, and then just really quickly just forget about it and not let it linger. Because if you let it linger into the next few points.
So I just saw a stat on my screen. Sorry, this isn't related, but so far Rublev 10 unforced errors, Tsitsipas 0. Tsitsipas is locked down. He
has played a clean match so far.
Very clean, great performance, and he's hit some big shots too. Like that forehand hit the line. He's hit a couple of big returns. This is good stuff. And this is sort of what I mean about him being a big match player. Like sometimes he'll do this in big matches. I think of the Monte Carlo final with Rublev last year. Not a particularly exciting match, but Tsitsipas was perfect. There was didn't give up a single break point.
Yeah. This would actually be Tsitsipas's 9th top 10 victory of the year, which is quite a bit, actually. I mean, he'll have tied Alcaraz, Rune, and Djokovic with that stat for the most top 10.
Who's got the most?
They're all tied at 9 right now. So Djokovic, Alcaraz, Rune. Obviously, if Djokovic wins this tournament, he'll be at 11.
Right.
Yeah.
Who have Tsitsipas has been against? Because it's a great stat, but I don't remember any of them being like massive wins, at least not in the moment.
So a couple against Medvedev, obviously. A couple against Medvedev, a couple against Zverev in Monte Carlo and in Rome. And then 2 against Rublev, Astana and Madrid, I think, which we previously mentioned. And then against Sinner in Australia. That was probably his best performance of the year.
Yes, fully agree with
and
that.
then another one against Hurkacz. I believe that was in Astana just before the Djokovic final.
Okay, yeah.
So,
yeah, His year is so interesting. I wanna write about his year because like stats like that are great. Defended Monte Carlo, great. Most wins of anyone on the ATP, great. But there's just the sense that he's been disappointing in some big matches, that he hasn't totally lived up to what he did last year, that maybe this year could have been better. It's interesting. I'd be interested to ask him about it and know how he feels.
Yeah, and I know he's mentioned many times that he looks at the points and the race and the math very carefully, and that's kind of how he plans his year, because he really wants to, be as high in the rankings as he possibly can, and he's like a very rankings-oriented person as it is. Yeah. So he mentioned that after his U.S. Open loss, which was probably the worst of them all, because none of us really saw that coming, and the fashion in which it happened. And he said the pressure of getting to number one, knowing that he had a chance, and telling himself that during the match, it impacted the way he played.
Yeah, and that's just a spectacular point to begin the 4-1 game. It's some great scrambling from Rublev, but I do want to highlight something there, which is that Rublev hit his first serve into Tsitsipas's forehand and not really close to the lines, and the return came back hard and immediately put him on the defensive. Rublev cannot serve like that if he's going to win this. He's got to go for more on that first serve, even though the second is vulnerable. Like, ace there, that's what he needs to go for. Like, serves to the middle of the box are not going to get it done.
Yeah, and we saw that help him a lot when he saved that one break point at 2-1.
Yeah.
Because he was able to really find the target on Tsitsipas's backhand on the outside. And a few of those from 40 love to deuce, he was really kind of hitting it too central, or Tsitsipas was reading the forehand on the return, and it just seemed like Rublev was not in a winning position after that in the rally. But this is a really important hold, because if he can get to 4-2 and put some pressure back on Tsitsipas, you don't want Tsitsipas to just run away with this set. If you're Rublev.
And just to stop the backslide as well, like 3 games lost in a row, like you just want to anchor yourself, even if Tsitsipas holds at love right after this, which is possible the way he's playing. Still no unforced errors.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be said that even though Rublev's not exactly playing badly, he had a little bit of a lapse in that game where he got broken. But overall, his standard has been pretty high. But Tsitsipas has just looked so cool, calm, and collected. He looks like he is sort of a much more higher caliber player than maybe his reputation. If you're maybe a more of a casual tennis fan, or if you're like only count slams, he's looking like the top player of the two right now.
He's confident on these kind of courts and conditions. They really reward his aggressive all-round game, I feel like.
Yeah, and I mean, I also just think he's confident against pretty much anyone when he's in the right mood. I mean, I'll leave Djokovic out of there. I think the mindset going into a Djokovic match is different because Tsitsipas knows what he's up against, and I think it's so hard to play freely against him. But I think against anyone else, he goes in confident, which is huge.
Yeah, and I think actually playing Djokovic the last 2 times in Paris and the first match here, and having some decent success, getting into these matches, some close matches, even their match at the World Tour Finals. Okay, sure, it wasn't as close as their Paris match, but really it was just one break, that decided the whole thing. So I feel like he's feeling a lot better about his game right now.
He does look pretty confident right now because he pushed Djokovic, even though it was straight sets. Like he had a lapse right at the start, and then just hung with him for the rest of that match.
Yeah.
I didn't think he played a bad tiebreak at all. I thought Djokovic was just perfect.
Djokovic, 5-4, I think Djokovic hit a second serve that was like 120 miles an hour or something. And so it's just like, that Djokovic is going to do those kinds of things. Against anyone else, you'll win, just not against him.
Right. And just like in Paris, Tsitsipas ripped that backhand cross court and got no reward from it as he tried to come forward. Djokovic again comes up with his ridiculous cross court backhand pass.
Yeah, man. Djokovic just continues to blow my mind.
Yeah, and Tsitsipas held at love. I don't think he's made a single unforced error so far.
Yeah.
5-2.
And quite a few winners as well. He's flying. So what do you guys think Rublev needs to do then? Like, so presumably Tsitsipas is going to have a down game at some point, but the way this match is going, it could be over in 40 minutes if it keeps up at this pace. So what does Rublev do at this point? First set is probably gone, but how do you adjust tactically?
I think you just have to totally reset. Start from scratch. Tell yourself this is a new set, new match. Here we go. Get yourself pumped up. I mean, that's number one. And then start serving really big and start going after your second serve a little bit more, I would say. Because he's not really a guy who hits a whole lot of double faults. He generally is pretty consistent when it comes to when it comes to his second serve placement and stuff. But you want to try to be a little less predictable, I would say. Try hitting a few more body serves. Try taking some off your first serve so you don't have to hit as many second serves. And then just be like really authoritative and just raise the intensity and footwork, and try to get as many forehands as you possibly can. And maybe because so far they actually both haven't had to hit a whole lot of backhands. I mean, Rublev just hasn't really had to hit many backhands in general so far. The way these rallies are going, I think Steph feels pretty confident in the forehand cross court battle.
Yeah.
In this match, and he's just getting his forehand into play a lot more. So he's going to want to change that dynamic.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I agree with Ghibli as well. I think he can go harder into that backhand with either cross court backhands or inside out forehands. I think he can also serve to the backhand more. I feel like a lot of serves have gone into Tsitsipas's forehand, which is by far his better return. It's pound away at that backhand. You'll get some free points, some short returns, some good returns, but not as many.
Yeah, very true. I'm not really an expert on the tactical side, but I think I can't really add anything of much of value to that. I think it sounds like a pretty solid thing. It's just communicating it to him, right? As Rublev is now serving at 5-2 down, trying not to get whitewashed, trying to keep the set to one break or even break back, depending on how Tsitsipas plays the next service game. He's got to 30 love on an impressive point, and a really good serve takes him to 40 love. So he's doing all the right things to keep
in this game
the match
with a lot of pace.
Yeah. And that serve at 15 love, like nothing extraordinary, but like a good wide serve, and to Tsitsipas's backhand return was nowhere close to going in. Like send every serve there until Tsitsipas is consistently hitting good backhand returns. Like that's what I'd like to see from Rublev.
Yeah. That time Tsitsipas was anticipating the wide serve and he tried to run around it because he thought he was getting a forehand, and Rublev actually hit his spot well.
Yeah,
going down the tee there. So yeah, I mean, it works if you hit your spot well, but if you don't, you're gonna have Tsitsipas hitting a forehand return.
Yeah, and I think that's 3 aces down the tee from the ad side from Rublev now. He's hitting that spot very well. That serve has been there for him. And Tsitsipas serving from the set for the set here. See if there are any nerves. Rublev can get into a return game. Second serve to start.
Was it second serve?
Yeah. Now they're in a backhand cross court rally. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, forehand goes.
Rublev got the ball that he wanted, and Tsitsipas decent slice there, but Rublev is probably expected to make that.
Yeah, that's not a good shot. He was a little on top of that rally, but
yeah, Tsitsipas, good start to getting him closer towards taking the opening set and taking the advantage in this match as he serves what he thought was an unreturnable serve, but has been called out. So it's another second serve. So at the minute, his first serve deserted him in this crucial service game to get the break. But it doesn't matter because it was an awkward body serve that Rublev puts into the tram lines on the backhand.
Yeah, it's a very good second serve and very smart too, going to Rublev's backhand, getting it up high on him. I don't think Rublev likes that, by the way, hitting those high backhands above his shoulder.
Yeah. And winning points with your second serve like that, especially under pressure, I think is about as big of a confidence boost as you can get. Like, if you know that you can win points behind that second serve, or that your opponent can't hurt you off of the second serve, that gives you freedom to go bigger on your first serve. You're not going to double fault. I remember there was a game last year in the French Open match between Medvedev and Tsitsipas. And Tsitsipas had a service game where he missed all his first serves and he held it love. And I remember thinking after that, like, yeah, he's going to win this match pretty comfortably because, like, Medvedev can't hurt him off the second serve. Tsitsipas is defending it too well. So that's a huge sign.
And
it's another second serve point
from Stefanos Tsitsipas to take the opening set 6-3.
Yeah, 32 minutes.
Yeah.
I do expect the second set to be a bit more competitive and tight, just given what's on the line. And I think Rublev feels like he can actually get into this match. He hasn't played a bad match so far. He was up 40 love in that 1-2 game. But he's just going to have to reset and just try and start off with a hold.
Yeah. And Nick, you were right about the importance of that 1-2 service game. That was the difference, right? Rublev was up 40 love, got broken, and that was all it took. So,
yeah. And if we look
I'm not right about I'll take it.
Rublev has actually made a lot of first serves in this match. 76% of his first serves.
Yeah.
So that's a decent first serve percentage.
Yeah, but that's a perfect set from Tsitsipas. 10 winners, 0 unforced errors, barely a point lost on serve. Returning well. This is really, really good stuff from him.
Yeah,
What would you say the crucial stat that defines the set is? Is it that lack of unforced errors from Tsitsipas, or is there anything from any other stats?
I think there's actually one really big one, which is second serve points won. Tsitsipas has won 7 out of 8, and Rublev 2 out of 8.
Yeah.
So that, for me, that's the defining stat in this set.
Yeah, I'd point to the serve dominance for Tsitsipas as well. He's just under so little pressure right now. And I think part of that is down to the way he's serving, and part of that is down to Rublev's returning. In that last game, 5-3, he missed 2 second serve returns. That can't happen.
For sure. No, he can't allow himself to, and I think Rublev knows it because he's been remonstrating with himself about missing those returns, and he holds himself to a very high standard. It's almost upsetting to see at times. But he's a perfectionist, as a lot of these tennis players are. So, I mean, we're expecting the second set to be closer. Hopefully it is, because I was signing up for a long one. Otherwise, it could be the most underwhelming match of the event.
I think Nadal Auger-Aliassime was pretty underwhelming. Probably Nadal Fritz too.
Yeah, the second set of Nadal Fritz was not great to watch. Just that was the most one-sided set we've had so far.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that match. I don't think I saw it. I might have caught the end of it.
But encouraging for Nadal to finish off the way he did in the group against Casper Ruud, a player who gives him more time, but definitely some really good serving. 16 aces, like 5 aces in a row.
Right. My God. I thought he went after his backhands too and hit just more crisply. In general.
He hit some spectacular cross-court backhands.
Match point.
Take the first set and in the match point as well, and the first point of the match. So some.
Yeah. Right.
Misreads to finish. And,
Ghibli, I'm not sure there's a stat on how many backhands people have hit, but I agree with you that Tsitsipas has held up pretty well so far. Like, I think Rublev still has to go there, but he's not getting a ton of errors so far. Well, he's not really getting any unforced errors, so.
Yeah.
He's already at love 30 on this opening service game for Andrey Rublev in the set.
He's another backhand cross-court rally here at love 15. And Tsitsipas going for the backhand down the line.
Forces
pattern change right there.
He just seems like he's overflowing with confidence, right? I mean, Rublev is just going to have to serve and forehand his way out of this game and then hope Tsitsipas cools down, because otherwise this is over.
And he's been dominant from the baseline as well. 16 points.
16 out of 20. It's amazing.
I'm just going to
good serve from Rublev.
Yeah.
And I think this is sort of what we were talking about earlier. Like, Rublev's got this great forehand, right? But Tsitsipas is matching it with his own, defending pretty well. And, like, what's Rublev got to fight back with, really? Like, he's not hitting backhand winners. He hasn't really been to net. He's not slicing at all. I think he's hit, like, 1 so far. No drop shots. And that's not to say that all those things would be working, or even any of them would be working. But it's just, if that forehand doesn't work, I don't think Rublev has a plan B.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, although having said that, he's digging himself a hole at love 30. He's with some really good forehands that even Tsitsipas can't deal with. Tsitsipas has been cruising through the first set and being able to try and match it or even up it. Hasn't been able to do very much, like Rublev finishing at the net there, getting some good forehands in. He's going to serve at 40-30 to try and put this away. Goes up the middle, good first serve. Goes on the attack with the forehand. Steph looked like gone wide there. Has he gone wide? No, it's juice. That was just a really good forehand from Steph on the line, and Rublev couldn't do anything with it. Like, that was a fantastic forehand from Tsitsipas.
Yeah. Is he still at 0 on forced errors?
No,
I have no idea.
Really went up.
You think there's been one?
Yeah, I mean the stats right now. If I just refresh them, I'll check after this game. But
okay, but I mean it's just such a clean performance. Rublev is having to win every single point, and when that happens, like inevitably you're gonna miss a ball that you should have made.
Yeah,
and if you're giving up errors yourself, it just completely tilts the balance of the match. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Rublev has got a chance to try and get this game and get out of jail a little bit. Goes to the backhand to the Stefanos, Tsitsipas forehand, inside out, up the line. Rublev on the backhand. Stefanos goes cross court on the forehand. They're going cross court to cross court forehand. Stefanos gets the scrums the forehand back. Rublev still trying to attack as much as he can with his own forehand. Steph still scrambling it back, but he can't scramble that one. Is forced into an error, and Rublev fist pumps to hold at the start of the second set and keep himself in this match. That was a good hold from Andrey Rublev, given the position he was in.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Also, Nick, you should do Wimbledon radio or something, because I could not talk that fast. That's good stuff.
I don't know if I could talk that fast, because occasionally my mouth runs away before my brain can catch up, and I don't understand what's going on midway through the point.
But yeah, I mean that was huge from Rublev. I don't think he really got free points there. He had to win that game on his own. And he did. So let's see if Tsitsipas cools down at all, or if Rublev can keep up hitting those forehands.
I think another theme of this match has been Tsitsipas's forehand placement in general. He's hit 60. They just showed up a graphic. He's hit 60% of his forehands into the Rublev forehand, but with great depth and some good out wide ones that have really caught Rublev off guard, especially on the cross court exchanges. Mm-hmm. And he's hit 29% to the backhand and 11 down the center. So that's a pretty good ratio, because then that opens up Rublev's backhand if Rublev can even defend off the forehand cross. But so far, Tsitsipas has been, I would say he defends better off of his forehand.
Yeah. I don't know how we're getting these stats, but apparently Tsitsipas's forehand quality is 9.8 and Rublev's is 6.0. So
guys, you could see a
big difference.
Mega backhand winner from Tsitsipas.
Wow. Okay.
I think that was a backhand. No, it's
from Rublev. Yeah,
from Rublev. Rublev.
That's a beautiful
I
pass.
was looking down to change the score, and then I looked up and I was like, "Oh, that was great." Yeah.
Yeah, really good use of the left wrist there.
Yeah.
To get that.
Yeah, that's a great shot. This might be his first love 15. Let's see if and that's a decisive way to get there. Let's see if it translates into a break.
Oh, and a backhand shank from Tsitsipas. For the first time, he's in a real hole here at love 30.
Yeah, and this is what I love about tennis, is that the momentum can change so quickly. I mean, like 3 minutes ago, it looked like Tsitsipas was going to break, and he was so dominant on serve, and now like a couple of minutes later, Rublev has held.
Baseline.
Yep.
So his first error so far comes at love 15.
Yeah.
I thought Tsitsipas would cool down, but not this quickly. I thought it'd be midway through this set. He does look like he's in control at this point, though, as he takes control of the forehand that Rublev can't control and puts it into not even the net post, and it's 15-30. So he's starting to clamber out of this hole, but let's see if he slides back a bit.
Yeah, and that was a pretty short second serve return from Rublev with the backhand. Mid-court to Tsitsipas's forehands. That the misses aren't going to get it done, but I don't think that's going to get it done either.
Yeah.
No, for sure. We're into a rally now. Forehand Rublev cross court. It goes long, trying to catch the Tsitsipas forehand down the line, and Tsitsipas gets it back to 30 all. Tsitsipas's mum looking stressed, and it's definitely look. I don't think Tsitsipas has had actually a dip in this service game. It's just Rublev had he had a very good opening point. The second point that Rublev won probably was down to a Tsitsipas error, but I think Rublev has put himself in the situation as much as Tsitsipas.
Yeah, and holding in that first game is definitely a big boost. But he has another second serve here. Let's see if he can do anything.
Yeah, it's got to attack the second serve.
Oh, and Tsitsipas again with a serve +1 winner.
Oh, wow.
Serve. That'll feel good.
And that's impressive, because that return had some heat on it. I think that should be a message to Rublev to just send those returns to the backhand if he has time. Like that, it was a good fast return, but Tsitsipas's forehand is just on fire. Got to avoid that shot.
Yeah.
So just keep hitting to the backhand.
Yeah.
Oh, and an ace to hold. That was an impressive hold.
Yeah,
they both have held from love 30, so
yeah, impressive.
Credit to both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Rublev can force enough court open that he can like really make Tsitsipas hit a forehand on the run, then go for it. But I feel like every neutral ball, you got to go to the backhand. If this is a battle of the forehands, Tsitsipas is winning by knockout right now.
Yeah.
That's a good summary. I mean, I agree, definitely. So when it goes forehand to forehand, Tsitsipas had the advantage. The question is, do you think Rublev's backhand is sufficiently better than the Stefanos Tsitsipas backhand? Because although Stefanos doesn't really defend that, doesn't defend that well from it, or doesn't have a lot of variety on it, he only really knows how to hit aggressive shots on the backhand. Like the Rublev backhand, it's got some aggression on it as well, but again, that can break down too. So I'm not entirely sure if either of them are particularly strong from that side. So that would be the only downside of getting to a backhand rally would be that Rublev can't really would struggle a bit more to take control of the point.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Tsitsipas has a little bit more confidence now in his slice, so that's definitely something to look out for. But pace absorption wise, I would think Rublev, they're about like pace absorption wise, Rublev with the two-hander probably has a little bit more that he could do with it.
Yeah.
Just because Tsitsipas can get a bit rushed, but this is a good sign for Rublev. 40 love.
Don't jinx it, Vach. But yeah, I agree. I think Rublev's backhand is better, but not by very much. But like, you still have to go to that side because the forehand is death.
A really good return from Tsitsipas to put Rublev on the back foot, and he puts that backhand long to go to 40-15. He's annoyed with himself, but he shouldn't be, because that was actually just a really good return from Tsitsipas. Rublev serving again, but comes off the top of the net. This starting to have shades of that game where he had 40 love and then got broken. Puts that second set into the middle of the court, but Steph doesn't do much with that backhand. It's really high, and Steph just puts it in the net, and Rublev manages to hold anyway.
Yeah, I think that's big to avoid another protracted game after being up 40 love, because that sort of thing will stick in your head. Vanch, I think you'll remember this because you have insanely sharp memory with matches like this, but do you remember the Roland Garros semi 2020 Djokovic Tsitsipas? I think Tsitsipas lost his serve from 40 love up twice in that one, and the second one seems to be very affected by the first one. So I think it's big to avoid that, because patterns like that are not good.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that was really the first set was decided by that one game where Rublev was 40 love up. So let's see if this is.
For those who are wondering, there seems to be some discussions around which of us are if we were Lion King characters, which we would be.
Oh, who's asking this?
There seems to be a conversation between John and Ghibli.
Okay, interesting.
Lion King.
Yes, I don't know what's going on here, but it's there's a lot to there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack, which might be a lot to catch up on, to be honest. But at the minute, it looks like it's because Srihari has just been to the Lion King musical.
Right, I did see that.
Here we go.
There's the camera showing some little kids dabbing in the crowd there on the changeover. You always love to see that.
Yeah.
More dancing people. This is great stuff.
I tell you who is enjoying this match, Casper Ruud.
Yeah. So he gets the winner of this one then?
Yeah.
He does, yeah.
I have to say, I think he'd be a slight favorite against either of them. It'd be tougher against Tsitsipas, absolutely, but I'd back him to get through either one of them.
Interesting. Yeah, we shall see. I haven't actually seen Tsitsipas and Ruud play before since Madrid, or actually they played in Canada. They played twice last year in Masters 1000, then they split both of them. Ruud winning on clay and Steph winning on hard. So that'll be interesting to play again. But Ruud has looked really good so far. So
yeah. I think in some ways Ruud, and I hate making one-to-one comparisons, but I think a lot of parts of Ruud's game are almost like slightly better and Rublev's, if that makes sense. Like, I think they're similarly styled, you know, forehand's dominant, backhand's not quite there, serve and return solid, but nothing incredibly special. But, you know, Ruud has a better second serve. I think he defends better. I think his backhand is better. I think his forehand is probably slightly better. And so I think he would be able to challenge Tsitsipas on more even terms.
Yeah, I think it would be a more competitive match. I like the improvements Ruud has actually made on his backhand. He seems to be taking it a lot earlier, higher on the bounce. It's a more compact swing now. He's flattening it out just a lot better. I think he's understanding his court positioning and his game. I think his serve is sneaky good. It's so hard to read that ball toss because it's so low, and he can hit the spots with it, especially the serve out wide, and then he can set up the serve +1. So I like the way he's been playing in general, especially even in the Rafa match. I didn't really read too much into that because it was a dead rubber.
Yeah.
But I still felt like this whole week he's looked really impressive, especially against Felix and Fritz.
Yeah, absolutely. Did he drop a set to either of them?
Against Fritz, he dropped the second set, and that was a 7-6 in the third, 8-6 in the tiebreak. So
that's right. Match. Yeah. Sorry, I just forgot about that match. Yeah, but impressive nonetheless.
For those who are wondering, Tsitsipas just held comfortably for 2-all. Really wasn't much to comment on that service game. He just controlled it. We're back to Rublev. Pressure on the Russian right now.
Yeah, I think that's a great sign from Tsitsipas because that last service game before this one was the first one that was really complicated. So if he's returning to his dominant ways now, that's just telling Rublev that he has to be perfect as well.
I mean, what's the best match you've seen Rublev play? I don't know if he's ever seen I don't think I say perfect because it's possibly a match that none of us have seen against a lower ranked player. But what's the best match you've seen Andrey Rublev execute?
I think I have an answer to this one.
Go ahead.
So I think the more popular answer would be the one in Monte Carlo or the Djokovic match in Belgrade. But I don't think either of them were, at their very best at the time. And he's beaten all of the big three. I guess it would either be the Medvedev match that he played, just because of the circumstances from a set down. He'd never beaten Medvedev before, apart from their Cincinnati meeting, which was influenced a lot by Medvedev running into the camera. And then coming back, like doing that in ATP finals in this group, I would say either that or the Federer match in Cincinnati. I thought that was just flawless from start to finish. 6-3, 6-4, and just like one of the quickest defeats Federer's ever had in his career.
What year was that?
After the Wimbledon final.
2019.
Oh.
That was before Rublev was a top 10 established player.
Yeah,
that was when a lot of people were making fuss about Rublev, because I do remember back in 2019, there were a lot of fuss around him because of let's face it, his game's pretty explosive, and I think people saw a lot of potential in it, and there still is, but I don't think people quite realize how comparative low his ceiling would end up being.
Yeah, I think that's a good answer, Vaughn. I think for me, it is that Belgrade match, just because, and I know Djokovic wasn't at his best, but that match was impressive to me because of what happened at the end of the second set. And Djokovic won that set, but the rallies were getting long. There were a lot of pressured points, and I thought Rublev, for the most part, was matching Djokovic, which I didn't know he could do before. And I still don't think he can do it consistently, but I didn't know he could do it at all. And so when he was hanging in those rallies and hitting big shots under a lot of pressure, I think my opinion of him went up quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a really good that's a really good one as well, especially the second set. That probably even impressed me more than the bagel. The fact that he was able to hang in for so long, just because. I mean, in the third set, Djokovic really ran out of gas. Mm-hmm. But the first two sets were really impressive.
Yeah. On this changeover, and speaking of Djokovic running out of gas, that's a good answer, Miles. I think that he was great in that match too.
Sure.
Do you think that Djokovic playing so hard against Medvedev is going to come back to bite him? Because I know that, he's a competitor and he's a warrior and this is a rivalry and everything, and you don't want to tank. But he was literally shaking from exhaustion, and he has a semifinal tomorrow. And he hasn't won this tournament since 2015. I don't know if he's the favorite right now. I think if he wins, then that decision looks great in retrospect. But I think right now I'm highly, highly suspect of that decision.
I'm not sure if
It's
it'll
rich.
really affect him negatively. I think he actually really needed to. I think he really wanted to get this win just because of the Medvedev rivalry as well. Him and Medvedev. I mean, he really wanted to get the upper hand there, and he also really just hasn't played much this whole year. So he really wanted like any points, any wins that he can get where he has to fight and scrap his way out of it. He'd probably take at this point. And I think he probably has so much experience having played back-to-back matches so many times in Masters 1000s that he's probably not too concerned. I agree though that the semifinal is tough. Like Fritz is a better player than he was when they last played in Paris and since the Australian Open in 2021. I don't think it'll be super physical, like Shrihari is pointing out, just because it'll be a lot more serve plus one, and I don't think he's as Fritz is a great player, but I don't think he's as explosive and as dynamic in challenging Novak's shot selection as Medvedev is. So I don't think he should be too concerned. I would say I don't think this has really happened to him in the past where he's played like a dead rubber of an ATP finals and have it been like that physical like it was today. It was pretty physical. I mean, 3 hours and 10 minutes, 7-6 in the third. So, but I think he'll probably be fine. He'll have enough time to recover. I'm not too concerned.
Okay, I'm not entirely convinced, but you make some good points. Miles, I think to answer your question about Rublev's ceiling, I agree, major finalist. I haven't seen anything from him so far that makes me ready to say he will be a major champion. Yeah, I feel like maybe 2 or 3 years he'll make a major final, and then that might be as good as it gets for him. That's how I feel based on what I've seen from him now, anyway.
Yeah, I think he's going to need some help from a draw. Like he's made 6 quarterfinals so far. He's won 2 sets. Pretty much ran into Medvedev twice, ran into Rafa, ran into Cilic this year and at the French Open, and Tiafoe at the US Open. I mean, on paper, you'd expect him to win those matches just based on ranking, but those 2 guys reached a level that he couldn't really match, I would say. 5th set tiebreak in particular from Cilic and the tiebreaks against Tiafoe. Oh, Casper or Taylor? Yeah, that would be quite cool. Taylor winning it on his debut as an alternate. Or I mean, alternate. I mean, he got in the main draw, but with Alcaraz not playing.
Yeah, and that's another dominant hold from Tsitsipas. That's I think 10 points, 11 points in a row on serve now. Like 12 because he was down below 40. So yeah, Rublev's just got to get a better read on that return.
Yeah, he's a bit more solid on serve though as he wins the opening point. That lapse that he had 40 love up at what was it 2-1 really hurt him. I think he's going to be that's the thing he's going to be ruining because he's handling his other service games pretty well so far as he goes up 30 love.
Yeah, and Nick, I think you make a good point. Like as error-free as Tsitsipas has been, like really all that's been between them has been that one service game, right? Like I think Tsitsipas, besides the first game of this set, he hasn't been particularly close to breaking besides the game where he did break. And I think that could have easily been a hold at love for Rublev. So I think Rublev can find some solace in the fact that for the most part, he's backing up his serve well. And if he continues to do that, then worst case, he could maybe get to a tiebreak.
Lovely 1-2 from Rublev to hold 4-3, which means I've got to update the score again. So far they're both holding pretty comfortably. This match, are we getting yet another tiebreak from this tournament? This is the insane amount of
probably.
Tournament.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of 6-3s and 7-6s. Usually just like one break or no breaks at all. It's really hard to break on these courts, it seems like, because it really rewards like this. The low bounce and the quick surface just means you don't even need to serve that big, you can just hit your spots. You can just, even servers who are not generally known for their serve are just serving. Their serve looks awesome in these conditions.
Yeah.
I think Fritz was making that point as well yesterday, because it's like, you'd think like you'd favor the big servers, but not really, because like the big servers can serve big on any court, Like you put them on a clay court, they'll be able to hold as well. So it's like, I don't know how much of an advantage it really is for big servers, like people say it is.
Oh my God. Good play.
Oh.
Yeah, I imagine that would help Fritz if it did happen. I don't know. I think people are underestimating Fritz's chances in that match because I think Djokovic is gonna be tired, and I think that if Fritz really, really shows up and makes Djokovic work, it could get really complicated.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily saying I think Fritz is gonna win, but I think he's got a much better shot than he would under normal circumstances.
Yeah, I think he'll make it a test. Like the way he played yesterday was really impressive. I think he'll give Djokovic some headaches, but I do think Djokovic has the advantage in that matchup. The only time Fritz has pushed him is when he had a potential and when he'd injured his abdomen, which will cripple any player. I think even a tired Novak Djokovic will win that match.
Yeah, and this is a good point for Miles here that Zverev and Tsitsipas, if Tsitsipas wins this, will have won 4 of the last 5 World Tour finals, and neither of them have won a major. I think. So, do you guys think the correlation between major winners and World Tour finals winners is sort of decreasing? Like, I don't necessarily know if winning this tournament means that you're going to win a major because I think the conditions are different. It's best of 3. It's physically challenging in a different way. I don't know if there's that much of a link there or as much of a link as there used to be.
Yeah. But what I do know is that for Tsitsipas and Zverev, next year is really important in terms of trying to get a major or get back to another major final, I would say.
Yeah.
As they're turning 25 and the generation behind them is quite strong.
Yeah. I mean, not just Carlos anymore, but Sinner, Felix, Rune. I mean, I was already saying, like, I think like last year at the U.S. Open when Alcaraz beat Tsitsipas, like, this is really not good for the next gens, and now it's just like some of them are screwed. I don't know.
Really nice backhand-to-backhand rally between Tsitsipas and Rublev, who was at Le 15, but then Rublev puts a backhand sliding into the net post, and it's 15-all.
Yeah.
But that was just being pushed out of court by Tsitsipas on the backhand.
Yeah, that's a frustrating miss though, because you're right, Nick. That was a good backhand, and it pushed him out of position. But he didn't need to go for that. You can slice there. You can be defensive. It's okay. Like, if the priority from that position should be to stay in the point, not to hit a winner.
That's a good point. Now, how often do you see Rublev slice?
Not much.
Never.
That is definitely one area of his game that gets exposed, I would say, especially defending on the backhand.
Yeah, we
Tsitsipas
talked about
goes
it.
wide with a forehand. Inexplicable error from the Greek, and it's 15-30.
Yeah, this is a big moment.
Match, folks. Yeah. Apologies for the flickering screen. No idea what's going on there.
Some more unforced errors for Tsitsipas in this set. 7, and he had none in the first set.
Yeah, and Rublev with only 4 in this set, so he's tightened up his own game. A couple huge points coming up here.
Yeah, Tsitsipas puts a forehand into the net.
Wow.
Rublev, it was a neutral forehand from Rublev, but
exchange for Tsitsipas.
Yeah, Rublev did a great job being proactive there, getting depth.
Right, break point. Let's see what happens. Rublev wasn't the biggest forehand, but it was enough to get an error from Tsitsipas. So suddenly, break points to save for the Greek. 15-40. Here we go. Rublev looks like he's ready for this.
Yeah, first break points of the match for him too.
Yeah, Tsitsipas serves out wide. It's unreturnable. It's 2. Rublev can't really get much purchase on that. Puts it way, probably into the stands. And it's 30-40. So first break point saved by Tsitsipas.
If you're Rublev, you absolutely have to take this chance.
I don't know if that was a makeable return or not, but anyway, that's a model body.
I think it was, Nick. Like that.
Rublev, forehand. They're going to a forehand to forehand rally. Forehand up the line. Rublev. Tsitsipas stretching, kicks it up, and it's out. And Rublev is going to be serving at 5-3 to even this match.
Yeah, didn't see that coming. It's a great forehand to get the break.
Yeah.
Huge reaction. Wow.
There's the dip we talked about.
And the right time to go down the line as well.
Yeah.
Tsitsipas so far stretched out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the first major momentum shift we've had in the match, really.
And to be honest, I kind of saw it coming. You could see it already in the early part of the second set. Tsitsipas, when he got out of that game at love 30, and a few more errors this time.
He was so comfortable holding serve though up to this point.
Yeah,
Though.
I agree with you, Nick. Like last couple of games held to love.
Yeah.
That
was a lot.
The number of times I've seen like Tsitsipas win a first set 6-3 and then have it be like such a dogfight so many times the last couple of years. It's just like he usually has a little bit of a dip. Like he'll play a really strong first set and then he'll just have some dip somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, here we go again.
No, set's not over yet. Rublev still needs to serve it out.
Oh, what a winner for Rublev! What a winner! Just right out of court, into the corner. Great job, Andrey Rublev. Make it 30 love.
Ah, yeah, that's the shot. Oh, look at that reaction. This is great. That's the shot he was trying to hit in that backhands to backhand rally, but he did it perfectly there. That's a Djokovic-esque shot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Rublev when he's amped up is great. Yeah, I agree.
Forehand Rublev into the net though. It's 30-15. Just maybe got a bit too caught up in his own hype. Put it in the net.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny.
So his is looking tense.
Yeah. Professionals are much better at navigating this than club players, but I think that is a risk, right, Nick? Like getting too excited by your own great shot. Like if I ever hit an ace, I'm double faulting on the next point because it's making me too confident, and I'm going to try to hit a big second serve.
Okay, well, we're into another rally there. Tsitsipas, he's moving Rublev around, really gets that forehand onto the line and then goes on the attack at the net. Rublev kicks it up. It's not going to land in court. It's 30-all. Really aggressive play from Tsitsipas. He's not done yet. He's not letting this set go. He doesn't want to decide it.
Yeah, that's a really good point by Tsitsipas, just bossing Rublev around, especially with the inside-in forehand and then good swing volley.
Yeah, and I think Tsitsipas is... I think Rublev will maybe go for more pace, but I think Tsitsipas is better at using the court with his forehand. That thing hit the line, and I don't think Rublev goes for lines very often. But Tsitsipas is willing to do that there and just broke the point open.
That forehand was pretty close to the line, though, as Andrey Rublev sets himself up a set point. Forehand pretty close to the line at mid-court, almost at the net. Really aggressive, just takes it back to Tsitsipas. Yeah. He's not coming down without a fight.
Set point. Yeah, this is great. This last 5 minutes have been the most intense phase of this match so far.
It's the content you expect from an Andrey Rublev match, and it's great. Here we go. First serve into the net, doesn't make it over, and Rublev's got to try to win this set on a second serve. Serves it to a mid court. Tsitsipas gets a backhand in play, backhand up the middle. Tsitsipas takes control with a forehand, and Rublev is on the stretch and puts it in the top of the net. Deuce.
Yeah, that first serve that he hit at 30-all, he's going to want to do that now on this point at deuce. To the Tsitsipas backhand, go down the tee. That's what I'd go for.
Yeah,
right here.
And then just attack.
Yeah, and just find a forehand after that. And
Tsitsipas did such a good job of taking control of that rally from that neutral point it was in the early stages. So Rublev serves out wide. Tsitsipas gets it back into play. Rublev goes back and Tsitsipas go across, and here we go. Rublev on the attack again, but he's gone long. He's gone long, and it's now break point Tsitsipas.
Oh my goodness! I see. That was a great serve, and such good defending from Tsitsipas there. I mean, Rublev shouldn't have missed that forehand, but those first two shots would have won the point against a lot of players.
Yeah,
Tsitsipas' defense kept him in a lot of these critical games,
which is especially on the forehand wing. I think is one of the more underrated things on tour. It is like it's elite.
Yeah, I mean his forehand defense, like maybe Djokovic's is better, but maybe Alcaraz. But besides that, I think Tsitsipas is as good as anyone's.
Rublev saves the break point with a backhand up the line that Tsitsipas can't get over. Forces the error on the forehand. Tsitsipas looks annoyed with himself for not getting that, and Rublev.
Oh, but that's a really good shot from Rublev. Because that was not an attacking position. He had a wrist.
He's hit some good open stance backhands down the line with pace in the second set, especially when he stretched out wide. I mean, I think Tsitsipas expected to win that rally, so credit Rublev there.
Yeah.
And a good forehand from Rublev that Tsitsipas can't run down. He gets a racket on it, but he can't get it anywhere near over the net. And it's another set point for Andrey Rublev.
Yeah, and that's a great forehand too, because the return was pretty good. He had to hit that right off the bounce.
Yeah.
He's going
Okay.
Rublev has very good racket head speed. I think on his forehand. He's able to take it early, and he's
going to have to win this set on the second serve again. Get the first serve in the top of the net. Out wide on the second serve, Rublev goes to up the middle on the forehand, and Tsitsipas goes wide, trying to get to it. And it's second set Rublev, and he's roaring. Okay. He is roaring, and we are into a decider. And this is now the match that we thought it was going to be when we got started. Here we go. Don't get anywhere. This match is on a knife edge. Semi-finals, spot of the ATP finals on the line.
Get your popcorn out.
Yes.
Because this is the popcorn tennis crew doing the commentary.
That was exciting. Yeah, I was not ready for that twist. And just like in the first set, one bad service game, that's all it takes, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's not that much different really that went on in this in the second set. I mean, great intensity from Rublev, really just raising his level. I think he did a lot better on second serve in this set, winning 8 out of 13 points. That's a big up from 2 out of 8. Some good defending, especially on his backhand.
Yeah, I mean, I would point to the fact that his backhand saved him when he was serving for the set. You had that winner at 15 love, and then you had that backhand down the line on break point, which I didn't think he was going to go for. I don't think many players would go for from that position. Made it force the error, and here we go. One set for everything.
Yes, and some really good positive body language in that set as well. You know, getting himself fired up, not getting too down by some of the errors. He could have easily lost the first game, with the second set gotten broken there, and we'd probably be done with the match by now, maybe. But instead, we go 3.
Oh, for sure. Okay, what are your predictions? Score and winner.
I'm still leaning Tsitsipas because I said that in the beginning. I'm going to go with. I'm going to say 6-4 for Tsitsipas. Okay. Either 6-4 or 7-5. It's going to be tight.
Okay. Nick?
I'll go 7-5, actually. I'll go 7-5.
Yeah, I'm going to go with who's serving first this set. It's going to be Tsitsipas, isn't it?
Actually, I'm going to change that. I'm going to say tiebreak.
Oh, that was mine. Come on.
Just because we've had so many tiebreaks, and I feel like they're both gonna hold serve.
Well, let the record show that I had that in my head before you said it. What do you have, Nick?
Okay.
I'm going to go with, because I think that was a dip from Tsitsipas, and the way he almost fought back at the end of that set is kind of promising. So for me, I'm going to go with Tsitsipas winning the decider 6-4.
All right.
Okay. Well,
I went 6-4, 7-5, 7-6.
Well, now I have to be contrarian. I'll say Rublev 6-4 because now that Tsitsipas is out of his god mode, I think it's going to be hard to get that back. Rublev has some momentum. I say he rides out to the finish line. But my original pick was Tsitsipas 7-4 in a tiebreak. So there's just putting that out there.
They're showing footage in the changeover. Tsitsipas looks awfully relaxed at this point.
Just catching up on
being worried.
He doesn't even look tired. Yeah. Yeah, he looks like he's at a practice or something. Not that that's a bad thing.
He's played so many matches this year, over 100, if you count singles and doubles. Srihari pointing out that Rublev hasn't beaten Tsitsipas from a set down. That's true. He's never done that before. So this would be a first for him.
Yeah, stats like that are so interesting because I doubt the players think about them really. The one I always think about is that Federer only beat Djokovic from a set down once. And like when you're headed into a decider, it never feels like it matters. But then after the fact, it's like, yeah, I wonder if one is just like a better front runner. But yeah, I think stats like that are interesting. Tsitsipas is a great front runner.
Srihari going with Rublev in 3. So
okay.
Miles has got good questions. Anyone ever won their first major past the age of 27 at the age of 20, past the age of 27? Pretty sure Wawrinka did.
Right? Yeah.
Wawrinka, yeah.
He was 29, maybe?
Yeah, just about to turn 29 in March. So pretty late.
I think, I mean, going farther back, you had a Gomez at the French Open, right? When he beat Agassi, like 1990 or something.
Even Ivanisevic winning Wimbledon, 2001.
Right. Who else? I feel like there have been other one-time major winners, surely.
Yeah. All right, we're back at
Team wasn't all that far from it, right? He was 25.
Team was just turned 27, so I guess to answer Miles, yeah.
He was 27 at that point. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess him.
Yeah, Team is older than most people realize. Like he'll be 30 next year.
Oh my god.
He's sort of lumped into that group of Tsitsipas, Medvedev, Rublev, but he's older than them.
Yeah, I don't want to think about Team being 30. That's uncomfortable. That's such a Djokovic answer. That means nothing, but you know that that's going to work for him because it's his philosophy.
Wasn't he struggling a little bit today with his ice? Something like with his contacts or something?
Yeah, he had a medical timeout at 5-4, I think, in the second set, and then he almost got broken.
Oh wait, Kyrgios and Kokkinakis are not in the doubles anymore. They lost.
They just lost. Yeah, they just lost. So it's 3 Brits into the doubles semi-finals, which, as a Brit, I am very proud of, and frustrated that it will not get any media coverage or much media coverage in the UK.
Yeah. Good news is that doubles players are making quite a bit of prize money at this tournament.
Good.
From last year, and they deserve that.
Yeah, for sure they deserve it. Yeah, because I mean, there's got to be a way of getting doubles a bigger deal on the tour, because it's more tennis and it's a discipline that actually, if you're a club player, you're probably a bit more familiar with as well. Like if you're a casual, even as someone who wants to get into tennis, doubles is almost easier to do.
Mm-hmm.
But that's maybe UK. I don't know about the US.
Yeah. Do you guys prefer singles generally when you play tennis? I know I do.
Yeah, I really don't like playing doubles. I think the problem is that ideally you want someone who's exactly as good as you, because if they're better than you, you feel bad, and if they're worse than you, you feel annoyed, or at least I do. So I'd rather just win and lose by my own hand.
Yeah. I feel like the partner that you pick and the way you coordinate is so important. Like if you have a lefty, on your team.
Oh, man, that Djokovic reaction is so good.
Oh, this is like the reaction he had when he won Monte Carlo.
Yeah. Oh, man. His extended grunt winners are so great.
For those wondering what the score is, Tsitsipas won the opening game of the deciding set, and we are now into the second game of third set. Rublev leading 15-love with a second serve. They're going sort of middle of the court, but Rublev goes long on the forehand to make it 15-all. Just so everyone's kind of know where we're at with the match at the minute. We're not showing the score on the screen, so just try and going to keep you as up to date as we possibly can. How both guys start the set is going to be crucial. If Rublev has any kind of post just dip after the euphoria of winning that second set, then he's going to be playing catch up and he's not going to win from that position.
It's a good start for Tsitsipas, winning 5 of the first 6 points.
Yeah.
And holding it love. Oh, and he just misses the forehand return. Is that a second serve by Rublev? If so, that's a positive thing.
I think he got a let on the first one. So.
Okay, yeah, no, it was a first serve.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, that was out, but he got a clean swing on it. That's a good miss, I think.
The last time these two played in the ATP finals, it was decided by a third set tiebreak. In the round robin stage as well.
think the last 2 matches they've played has been decided by a third set tiebreak. Not third set tiebreak, third set.
Yeah.
I just realized what you said, Vaj.
Third set in Astana, 6-3 for Tsitsipas, and then 6-4 for him in Madrid. And then here, I remember in 2020, Rublev had a match point 6-5 in the third set tiebreak. And
Double faulted, or didn't he?
That was costly, but
yeah. Yeah, and not to make this a rant about one-handed backhands, but I think on the game point there, where Rublev approached the net and Tsitsipas picks the right side but missed the pass, I think a two-hander makes that pass, right? Like, you know what I mean? Maybe not all the time, but it would help.
I don't know. There's generally, like, I think I would frustrate you a lot if we played Owen, because I can switch from a two-hander to a one-hander. Okay. It's very rare. You have to push me way out of court. But generally, if I'm sort of on the defense, I need to get the angle, I'll switch to a one. Otherwise, it's a two for most of the time. But I would play with a one if I could make it work.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm not opposed to like a one-handed slice.
I feel like it's just so harder to control. You need to have like a really strong left. You need to have a really strong wrist, or like do like a half volley flick. Yeah. If it's so deep, and just like shorten your swing. I actually think Thiem has gotten better at that, and Federer did that really well.
Yeah. I mean, Jethro is, well, Thiem's one-hander is one of very few that I'd be okay calling an actual strength. Like, I think Thiem makes his backhand a weapon. It's a consistent weapon. On the return, still problematic, but he attacks with it frequently, so I'll give him credit for that.
The last 6 months or anything to go by, his backhand has been, better than his forehand in terms of being an offensive weapon.
Yeah, really.
By a lot.
Just to further Owen's one-handed backhand agenda, Tsitsipas is love 30 down in this service game.
Yeah, let's get eyes on this, because this is a big moment.
Another first service here, love 30. Yikes. This is a squad of bother.
Yeah,
but Rublev doesn't make the second serve return. Rublev doesn't make the return on the second serve.
No, that's a bad mess. Sorry, second serve returns are my pet peeve. Or missed second serve returns. Sorry.
Yeah.
But this is interesting because you don't want to be in trouble this early in the set.
No. Absolutely not. Rublev gets that first serve back in play, though, when they're into a rally. But Tsitsipas is moving around with the forehand, trying to dictate. Rublev gets to it with the backhand, tries to take the passing shot. Tsitsipas can't deal with it, and it's 15-40.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's a good backhand pass on the stretch.
Yeah. John saying so on brand for Rublev to miss that return. John, maybe not with a super high opinion of Rublev, but he's playing it. Yeah, I mean, that's a good approach. But brilliant pass.
Yeah, I've got a story about missing returns and when I'm playing tennis. But obviously, my game is far inferior compared to these two guys, and probably also Devanches. Don't know about Owen. As Rublev goes on the attack with a forehand, and Tsitsipas just scrambles that over backhand into the net. Tsitsipas, but I think Rublev might have missed it. I think Rublev, it was long. It was long from Rublev.
Yeah, Rublev missed that forehand.
Yeah, you guys are ahead of me, so the commentary is pretty stressful.
Yeah, it's especially when I get it wrong and I don't know what's happened because of lack of sound. But I thought it was a really.
That's such a great get from Tsitsipas on the forehand side. He kept that so low.
Tsitsipas
that forehand.
Tsitsipas' get to be what's kept him in this match, really. Like, he's definitely been the better defender today, but he's not good enough there. He puts that forehand into the tram lines, and it's 2-1 with a break to Andrey Rublev.
Some really good depth, though, by Rublev on that last forehand.
Yeah, it was really good control.
So what we're saying is my prediction is on track to be right. 6-4 Rublev, right?
If he keeps holding,
Sure. Sure. No, I have a look. I hate missing returns as well, especially since I would say the return of serve is my best shot, particularly on the forehand. But I remember I was playing with a friend and I was a set down, and then I had a lightning start to the second set and went like 4-love up, and then lost one of the breaks, and then I had a set point on his serve at 5-3. And missed it. put it in the net, put the return in the net, and that was my only set point. He came back and won at 7-5.
Brutal. I was really hoping you were going to say you won the set. I was invested in that.
No,
story.
my one set point, I put the forehand return, like it was my signature forehand return, and put it in the net.
Yeah,
and that was it.
It's ironic because I talk so much about return of serve on Twitter and stuff, but when I play, like every time I play someone with a bad second serve, my eyes get too big and I try to hit winners and I miss them by so much. But like at the club level, genuinely, like I feel like half of it is like hit your returns to the backhand. Like doesn't have to be great, just get it to the backhand and you're going to win most of the points.
I'm not even sure I'm good enough to play club level, to be honest. But
oh, me either.
Yeah.
I mean recreational, I guess.
Yeah. Recreational, just hit it back in the court, right?
Yeah.
That tends to be critical. I need to play but it's so cold here now. It's going to be tough to play. There's not indoor courts in the UK are super expensive.
That's a bummer. Yeah, I mean, at my school, it was really nice and warm for a while, and then 2 weeks ago it got cold, and now there's snow on the courts. So we have one indoor court, and it's a weird indoor surface, so I haven't played there yet.
John was saying that he's actually played indoors on carpet because that's what they have in Germany for indoors. Still
that's
a thing.
Cool. I'd like to try that. Weirdly enough, New York City has a lot of outdoor clay courts. They're super fun to play on. I got to play on a couple this summer, and it was delightful time.
Oh, Tsitsipas was getting Rublev on the defense, but then pulls the backhand wide, and it's 30-love to Rublev in this service game at 2-1.
He's got some serious momentum now.
Yeah. And Tsitsipas has definitely dipped. Like he wasn't missing backhands like that earlier.
Oh yeah, that's a bad miss because Rublev was really outside the court there.
Unreturnable serve from Andrey Rublev to make it 40-love.
Does anyone remember what happened in the first 2 points of the game that Rublev broke? I think it was 1-all, love 30. I missed the first 2 points.
I think at least one was an error from Tsitsipas.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how much of that was amazing from Rublev and how much of it was a dip by Steph.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was a dip by Steph. I think Rublev went after the break point, but besides that, I'm not sure how much he did.
Yeah, Rublev holds, by the way, with a really good serve, and it's now 3-1 to Andrey Rublev. And I think if you'd said this to us, if we said that an hour ago, if I said to you, oh yeah, Tsitsipas won that set 6-3 quite convincingly, but he will lose the second set and be down a break in the third, we'd probably be an early break in the third. We'd probably be pretty surprised, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to hear we were in the third and they'd be having that Tsitsipas might have to save a few break points. But if this starts to go, if this set becomes one-sided for Rublev, I'd be surprised. Like he would have been.
Yeah, I doubt it. Like he's just put that forehand long as well. He's almost getting overconfident there, and puts it pretty long. And it's 30-love Tsitsipas to try and stop the bleeding.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Rublev, you just want to be as solid as possible. Like, if you can get a couple of mistakes, like, if you're up a break already, maybe get to 15-all in your return games, just crank the pressure as high as possible. Don't make any unprovoked errors.
Does Rublev know how to be solid, though? Because I feel like he prefers to be all up as he possibly can.
Yeah, it's not how he plays, for sure. Not how either of these guys play, really.
I think he tries to be solid off his backhand and just kind of trade cross-court. But definitely not with his forehand, though.
Yeah, the forehand is, I can hit winners with this.
But that's a gorgeous return there at 30-love. His scores are
Tsitsipas was not happy with his forehand at the 1-all game. I noticed in the change of ends, he kept practicing his motion over and over again, talking with his father and Mark Philippos in the corner. And the first point of that game was a kind of a bad drop shot by Steph. He hit like this floater over drop shot, and Rublev just got to it and killed it cross court. And then the second point was a second serve return that he kicked up to Rublev's backhand, but Rublev actually got some decent depth on it cross court, and then Tsitsipas again though missed the forehand. Not a great miss.
That's some good serving from Tsitsipas to close out the game and keep it to one break. It's 3-2 to Rublev as they change ends and sit down.
There's got to be another twist coming, right? There's no way it's just going to be like hold until it's 6-4. There's going to be a break at some point.
Yeah,
I agree. Given how that momentum suddenly shifts in the second set, and given we're dealing with Andrey Rublev here, I agree.
Yeah.
Last year, he played Casper Ruud in a quarterfinal like this on Friday, and he was up a break in set 2 and a break in set 3, and didn't get it done. Ruud won it 7-6 at the third.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. Oh gosh.
So he's been here before and not done it. So that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Casper Ruud and you're watching this, what are you thinking?
To be honest, I'm thinking I'm not that worried.
Yeah.
I think the level here has been good, but very much not great.
I would just be thinking, please don't end. Just keep going. Go for like 6 hours.
Because surely
play the longest ever tiebreak in ATP Finals history. Go like 70-68.
That's true. We do need a tiebreak for it to be consistent with the rest of the tournament.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, so many tiebreaks, and even like earlier than the deciding set. And I do want to say, like, I feel like everyone in this tournament has been very mentally tough. Like, I think when players have been up a set and then they lose a tiebreak in the second, they come back and they're holding serve early in the third. You know, like we've had some comebacks. Like I think Tsitsipas was very mentally strong to close out Medvedev after those mismatch points. I think Djokovic was really tough physically and mentally to beat Medvedev this morning. Yeah, I feel like everyone has. I haven't been really disappointed by anyone, to be honest.
And Medvedev, Rublev.
Yeah.
Back in the set down there. That was impressive.
I mean, that match point from Rublev, that alone makes his tournament a success, I think. Like, backhands down the line after 30 shots that set up a swing volley, like, that's huge.
Yeah, that's the kind of point that's very difficult to win against Daniel Medvedev, and he did it. He also just managed to win a point against Stefanos Tsitsipas, who was scrambling everything back, and did a very good job of. But Rublev just did a very good job of putting it away. And same with this next point. Again, Tsitsipas trying to keep himself in it, but Rublev just being too good and forcing an error. It's 30 love.
Yeah, he's sharper right now, isn't he? Like he's not really giving anything away on serve.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, here we go. He's really dictating with the forehand now. Tsitsipas tries to attack with the backhand. That goes long, and it's 40 love.
Yeah, he was getting really so many more first strikes in.
Yeah. He was trying to swing through on the backhand, really, and that wasn't the right play because that forehand from Rublev was too big to try and counterpunch.
Yeah,
again,
you're right, Nick. That's a good call.
What do you think has been the difference so far in this third set? Is it a couple of forehand errors from Steph in that 1-all game, a couple of good returns by Rublev, a not so good drop shot in the first point of that game? And Rublev is rushing him, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record from the first 2 sets, but I think the difference is just that Tsitsipas played one bad service game and Rublev didn't. Like, we can talk about the rushing and the forehands now, but like it's all about that break of serve, right?
And that's the thing with tennis is that, you know, the level, these guys' level is so high and they play so consistently well. One bad service game will change everything. And
that's all it takes. I mean, that's all it takes at this level. I mean, even in the WTA, like the finals between Garcia and Sabalenka, like Sabalenka didn't do anything wrong. That was a great match. It was just a couple of double faults in the first set tiebreak. That's it, literally.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah,
I think that's all it takes. It's just super fine margins.
Yeah, and this I think this as a viewer is why I sort of prefer slower courts, because you can let the return of serve sort of make more of a difference. It's less serve dominant. If you get broken, you'll have chances to get the break back. I think this time of the year, these speedy courts are absolutely right because everyone's so exhausted. But I think in terms of quality of tennis, it can be a little monotonous for me sometimes.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of documented you and I have very different tastes.
It was a bit of a lull, I think, yesterday in that Fritz and Felix match. That wasn't really that exciting until about the tiebreaks, or like, you know, the middle part of the third set. when Fritz sort of took control of the match. But apart from that, it was really kind of a monotonous period of like just routine holds of serve.
Yeah, you get that in love tennis matches. You even get those. Oh, what a passing shot from Andrey Rublev! You guys are gonna love that.
All right, and that makes it 30-all, Nick.
It makes it 30-all.
Okay, so huge moments for Tsitsipas. He needs this game. If he gets broken here, it's absolutely done.
Rublev is surging on the run in this match.
Yeah, a couple really good defensive backhands. Oh, that's a
Tsitsipas coming in off of a slice though. Interesting decision there.
And to the forehand, I question that too. Yeah, okay, massive point coming up here.
Which Tsitsipas wins with an ace.
Clutch.
So
very
good
clutch.
move. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, I
think you need to get frustrated here. It's okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's what I'd say to him right now if I was in his camp. But yeah.
It's a second serve. What we're gonna get. Puts it. Rublev. Oh, it was the middle of the court. Second serve, and Rublev just attacked it and hit a winner.
That's so great to see. I gotta love that from Rublev.
Yeah, he wasn't making those returns earlier.
Yeah,
like he was overhitting them, he was putting them in the net. That's his tennis IQ is now fully engaged.
Oh yeah, that's a great return. Yeah, he is on this. He just needs to really just. I mean, I hate to say keep at it, but like just attack when he has the opportunity. Like make balls, and he could win the 6-2 maybe.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Just an ace here for Steph again.
Yeah.
This time
the only way is winning points with incredible serves, but Rublev is countering with incredible returns because he just hit a winner off a first serve return.
Again? Oh my goodness. Wow. Sequence. Again.
Yes.
First serve return.
That was actually even a little bit of a better serve. It was closer to the body, but Rublev again with the answer. Wow.
Yeah, man. And I mean, I will say Tsitsipas so clutch. I think definitely the more clutch between the two players. Like I think the serve, the forehand, he's just a great player under pressure. It might not help him here, but
serve +1 from Tsitsipas gets in game point. He's now whipping up the crowd, trying to get them on his side, trying to give himself.
Yes, that's nice to see too. I like that he's been doing that recently.
Yeah. I would say that at the minute, what's keeping Tsitsipas in this game is like when he's getting good serves and when he's getting good first serves. Yeah. That's the only thing kind of separating, because like in the rallies, it's Rublev. Rublev tries to go for another return win on the backhand, which comes off the top of the net, and Tsitsipas balloons the shot long mid-court on the forehand, and it's juice.
My God, this is tense.
That was a makeable, winnable shot, and Tsitsipas completely hit it.
He probably just got thrown off by the neck cord, but you got to make that.
He did look like he had to
that's mid-court. Yeah, that bad miss. I mean, I feel like the difference really is just the number of errors, because in the first set, Tsitsipas was so clean. Rublev was missing some neutral shots, and now it feels like Rublev has cut out all errors whatsoever.
0 unforced errors for Steph in the first set.
Yeah, and now Tsitsipas is the one who's, sailing the ball a little bit. This balance has totally shifted.
Yeah, for sure. But it's advantage Tsitsipas because he, again, like he could just took control with the serve. First serve in play up the middle. Serving. Goes long on the forehand, though, and it's juice. It was a deep return from Rublev. Tsitsipas couldn't control it and put it too long.
That's one thing I have to credit Rublev for in this third set as well. Deep returns. He did that in the 1-all game as well, causing Tsitsipas to miss off of some of these shots right at his shoelaces.
Yeah.
And that can be effective, especially when you get a good reach on it and you get good length.
That's a Djokovic return there.
Yeah. That was not a good first serve from Tsitsipas at deuce.
Oh.
Limply bounces off the net, and it's a double fault.
Wow.
Tsitsipas double faults, and it's advantage Rublev.
Felt like we were headed for a break point. Wow.
Ooh.
Tsitsipas's team are on their feet, trying to egg him on, trying to keep their man in this, hoping he doesn't get despondent. What's he going to do? He bounces the ball off his racket. Rublev is looking calm for Andrey Rublev, and he prepares to return. Tsitsipas serves into the net. It's going out wide, just goes into the net, and now the tension is at an all-time high in this match.
Nick, you need to narrate audiobooks, I swear.
Tsitsipas double faults again. He double faults again, and it's 5-2 Rublev. He will be serving for this match at the change of ends. I appreciate the feedback. Pick an audiobook, and I'll send you something.
Okay, that sounds good. I mean, this is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like Tsitsipas is going to get a break back. This feels too.
I just said I would be surprised if Rublev just sort of ran away with it and got another break, but here we are. Wow.
Yeah, that's costly because he was serving well, but I wonder if that was almost part of it because Rublev wasn't giving him anything, so he was having to come up with these great serves on the deuce side, and then once that well dried up,
the double faulted deuce was a byproduct of the previous return. But the second one, man, you don't usually see that from not from a server as good as Steph. You know, two in a row is rare,
and with his back against the wall too. That just that's a cardinal sin. But I mean, credit to Rublev for those returns on the ad side because that was some incredible.
If Rublev is making his first serves, though, he's going to hold here for sure. If Tsitsipas gets a look at some second serves, he can maybe work his way back into this, and we can have a more competitive third set. But I did not see that coming. That's for sure.
I think Tsitsipas here.
Rublev here, he's really dug in and he's raised his level. This is some of the best tennis I've seen him play.
I think Tsitsipas here just has to focus on not making errors in this game. Like if Rublev hits 4 aces, fine, but like he's got to get those makeable returns in play. Attack when he has the opportunity, but not spray balls. Like he can. There are going to be nerves here. Rublev has not been in the last 4 of this tournament before, so I feel like Tsitsipas should have some chances to do something.
And in many ways, he should have got to the last 4 here last year. So it's good progression if he does. To make.
Yeah.
Oh, what a!
We'll have another chance at the same opponent. So we'll see. We're getting ahead of ourselves. He has to close this out.
Yeah,
that's true. When you miss the first serve at the start of this game, goes out wide on the second. And
it does help when you win so many matches against players ranked below you. It does give you a lot of confidence.
Second serve ace or that first serve was a let. But I think I'm second serve ace.
Second serve ace, Nick? I
think it was a second serve ace. It was either that or the first serve was a let.
First serve was a let. That's a great serve from Rublev.
But he puts the backhand wide cross court in a rally with Tsitsipas that he was in control of.
Okay. So here we go. Here's the pressure. 15-all.
Tsitsipas running around his backhand and hitting a big return. Rublev going down the line. Tsitsipas defending it back down the line and then backhand cross court error.
Oh, and it's what he's got to do. Right? Keep it on his forehand as much as possible. But that's an unreturnable serve from Rublev to make it 30-15.
Oh, wow. This is a fast match too, huh? Like every set about half an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, Tsitsipas has just not had any looks on return, like not gotten close to this.
Rublev has served incredibly well since the start of the second set, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he had that love 30s. It was 6 to be, was love all, love 30. That was about it.
And a break point at 5-3 in the second. That might have been the moment.
Yeah. I mean, he has served really well in the first set as well, apart from that one game. Otherwise, his other serves games were really good. As he hits a great winner, sort of quarter way up the court, right into the corner, and it's 40-15.
Trying to bait him with a slice there, but Rublev just ran around and made that look easy in the open court.
Yeah, that cool bunt forehand return from Tsitsipas there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's match point. It's match point. Rublev goes up the middle. Tsitsipas can't get it over the net, and Rublev sinks to his knees. The tears are falling from his eyes. He has made the semi-finals of the ATP finals for the first time. Upsetting one of the 4 form players going into the event. What a result for Andrey Rublev. Who would have predicted that?
Yeah, I would not have predicted it. Certainly, he was in the group of death here. Djokovic, Medvedev, Tsitsipas. You guys are former champions that won this event before. He's not had a good record against either of them. I mean, this was, I guess a better record against Tsitsipas, but still, nonetheless, this was a big win for him.
Yeah,
to get out of make the semis for the first time. This is his 3rd year in the event. He hasn't made it out of his group until now. So this is massive.
Forgets to take the umpire's hand.
Making the final as well against Ruud.
Guys, who would have thought going into this event, like when we were doing all our previews and we were talking about the chance of Medvedev and Felix, even Steph, that one of the finalists is either going to be Casper Ruud or Andrey Rublev.
I picked Ruud to get out of his group, I'll say that. But yeah, I didn't see this coming.
Yeah, I certainly didn't either. I mean, you have just Djokovic is the only one that I thought would get there. He's the only one that did. I got the other three wrong, so that's credit to those guys. Yeah, Fritz as well. Yeah.
I mean, you guys can see I've got this big smile on my face, and like, it wasn't the best match of the tournament. It was a good match. Don't get me wrong. It went 3 sets. It was competitive. There were some great rallies. I love these rallies we get on these faster speed courts. But I would say that I think the smile's coming from just seeing that performance from Rublev and knowing what that result's going to mean to him in his career. In the wider context of it, it's going to give him a big boost going into 2023. Yeah, so pleased for him right now.
Yeah, because after the first set, it really looks like it was going to be a huge uphill battle, didn't it? Like Tsitsipas literally flawless in that first set, goes up love 30 immediately. And Rublev not just got out of that game, but was really like the more assertive player from that point on. Just the one break point in that game at 5-3 serving for the second set, and besides that, he was untouchable on serve.
Yeah, super. Yeah, he was super. I'd say my summary of each set would be: set 1, Tsitsipas was too good. Rublev, critical dip that cost him the set. But I think even if it had gone to a tiebreak, Tsitsipas would have got it. Second set, Tsitsipas maintained the momentum. Rublev kept up with him until Tsitsipas dipped. Rublev took advantage and held off a Tsitsipas comeback. And then the final set was very much all about Andrey Rublev, really putting the pressure on, getting involved, and asserting himself in the match. And Tsitsipas increasingly struggled to live with it.
Yeah, and I think the stats are pretty close too, like closer than I expected. One that sticks out to me is Rublev with 15 forehand winners to Tsitsipas's 10. I think especially after that first set, Rublev was really able to assert his forehand on the match some more. When it really looked like Tsitsipas was outdoing him from that wing in the first set. So yeah, credit to Rublev for going for his shots.
Yeah. This is Andrey Rublev's biggest week of his life. I mean, apart from Cincinnati and Monte Carlo last year, this is his best result in a big tournament.
Yeah, I had a moment where I was like, is this the biggest win of his year? And I feel like maybe a couple of the major fourth rounds are up there, but like besides that, I think this is
Belgrade against Djokovic.
That's big too.
I would say so. That's a big one. But it is still like a 250 final. I mean, this one just in terms of this like significance, it's big. And given that he couldn't do it last year and he did it this year, and he was in that same position again in the third set. And you like to see this for him because he's so hard on himself and he really cares a lot and he works super hard and he's, he puts in the work and he plays all these tournaments. He wins so many matches every year. Again, he cleans up against players ranked outside the top 20 on a regular basis, like just easily beats them. And he's won like 4 titles this year. So this is quite big to do it in a big tournament like this.
So, I mean, I would say this, that as a result, it's probably his biggest result of the year, because I don't think he's made the semis of a Masters, has he, this year?
No, hasn't. Just made one quarterfinal, and that was in Madrid, and he lost to Tsitsipas. That's his only quarterfinal at the Masters level this year.
And this is bigger than the Masters.
Yeah, this is bigger.
Yeah, so this is the biggest result he's had as like on paper result. No question of that. I would say if he wins tomorrow against Ruud, that's going to be bigger. I think for me, the Belgrade result was more significant, partly because, how well he played. Okay, Djokovic wasn't quite himself, but Rublev did make it competitive whilst Djokovic was playing well. And I think the opponent makes that result a little bit bigger. But I will say that this is up there with it. And if he wins against Ruud tomorrow and gets the final, by far, not only the biggest result of the year, probably the biggest result of his career.
Yeah, something I was just thinking now is he could get a rematch with Djokovic in the final. And I think that if he could hold his own there more than he did in the group stage, even if he doesn't win, that would be a fantastic result for him. I think that would show real growth from the end of last year.
Could you imagine that? Because like typically when there is a repeat, the result of the group is reversed. Like usually, I think I think we looked at the stats for that. So if that happens, then Rublev is kind of the favourite based on history. That would be yet another final that Djokovic. Some people will say Djokovic would have thrown away without looking at the context of a match. So we have to see how that match plays out. That would be the only downside potentially, would be kind of the story of Djokovic kind of handing it to him. I don't necessarily think was going to happen. We just don't know. We have to see the match play out. But you know what I mean.
Rublev for me has always been kind of like a 6 through 15 kind of guy in the rankings. But if he wins tomorrow, if he gets the win tomorrow, he'll be up to 5 in the world.
That's big. He's been 5 before, right? Briefly.
Yeah, he finished 5 last year, but
it's his career high.
Team was not playing, and there were some other factors. But this year,
career high is 5, Nick. I think.
Yeah, it's 5. But he would be 5 in the world if he wins tomorrow, and if Ruud wins, he would overtake Tsitsipas at 3. So right now it's Alcaraz 1, Nadal 2, Steph 3, Ruud 4, Felix 5. So if Rublev wins tomorrow, he'll overtake Felix. And if Ruud wins, he'll overtake Tsitsipas. So he'll be 3 in the world at that point. And if Ruud wins the tournament, he'll be 2 in the world.
Bring me on the count. Like, if that happens, that's going to make Australian Open very interesting, because Carlos Alcaraz is only defending 90 points, and Ruud didn't play Australia, I don't think.
Yeah.
So
and Nadal's not defending. Nadal's losing.
Suddenly Ruud is in with another chance at number 1, if that's the case. I mean, he was already 1 match away from number 1 this year. I think.
Well, and also Djokovic didn't even play, so Djokovic can get his 2,000 if he wins.
Oh, yeah.
True.
If Djokovic wins the tournament, he could be top 5 as well. Top 5 despite missing like 4 Masters 1000s, 2 majors, no points. It's wild. The rankings are wild.
Exactly 2,000 behind Alcaraz as well. So like if it wasn't for Wimbledon, he'd be tied with Alcaraz on points if he won the title.
No, because Alcaraz got the 180 at Wimbledon. Well, Alcaraz would have gotten the 180 at Wimbledon, so then it would still.
Oh yeah, of course, Alcaraz got points at
Alcaraz would still be
Wimbledon.
ahead because he got to the 4th.
It would have been fine. How many match points were there? There's only 1.
Yeah, against Sinner? Yeah, just 1 at the US Open.
No, in this match, Rublev beating Tsitsipas. Someone was asking.
Oh, how many match points?
I think it was 1. Rublev got it on the first attempt.
Yeah.
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 So, Alcaraz. Yeah. So we're in for an interesting Australia potentially. It's 200 points per match won.
I mean, some of these matches are literally bigger than getting to the 4th round of a slam. Like 200 points is a lot, actually, if you think about it. I mean, like 200 points is more than like this match between Djokovic and Medvedev, even though it was a dead rubber. That was more than the match that they played at Astana, where it was only 120 points on the line. Where here it's like 200, and it's like more than getting to a 4th round of a major. It's a lot.
Yeah. Okay, I have a radical prediction for you guys.
Okay.
I think Casper Ruud is going to win this tournament.
Yeah, I don't even think that's that bold. I mean, if he beats Ruud. I mean, Ruud beats Rublev. He's in the final.
Right.
And then we have...
And I think Djokovic has gassed himself out. So I think Casper is the man.
And then, then that would be a rematch of the round robin, because then they just played, and that was 8-6 in the 3rd set.
Yeah.
Let's break it down. Do you think Djokovic is gassed? Do you think he's losing to Fritz tomorrow? Or do you think he's going to run out of gas in the final against Ruud?
Either one, but one of those. I wouldn't be shocked if he even lost tomorrow.
So obviously you're thinking Ruud could win this. Do you think that, I guess I haven't really looked at their head-to-head, actually. I might do that. But what's the matchup like between Ruud and Rublev? I know we discussed it briefly, but that was a while ago, and that was an exciting match.
5 times. Yeah. Rublev leads 4-1, but I wouldn't count any of those 4 meetings because that was way before Ruud was a formidable player.
I think Ruud just does everything a little bit better than.
And then the last time they played, it was 2-6, 7-5, 7-6 for Ruud, and Rublev was up a break in the 2nd set and in the 3rd set, and then it came down to a 3rd set tiebreak where Ruud was just more clutch.
Just to throw something out there, is it possible that Ruud's going to be a bit deflated after that Nadal loss? I know he probably wasn't playing at his max. Maybe that was deliberate, but I would say he may have lost, even if that was deliberate, he's going to have lost a little bit of momentum.
Confidence, maybe it could affect him.
Maybe, but he kept it reasonably tight. I mean, it was 7-5, 7-5. It wasn't too like. I don't think he played particularly bad. It was a competitive match.
Yeah,
I think
it felt like a feel
he
good
has a
match
day
to me.
off. And he has a day off. Rublev's still gonna have to recover from this emotional high. You know, everyone's gonna ask him about getting through this group, and you know, because like no one thought about it before the tournament started. I don't even think he believed. I mean, the way he was talking before this tournament began.
Yeah,
you know,
good point.
Super self-deprecating about it, right? Being in the same group, he's like, "What am I doing here?" You know, he was funny about it as usual, but wow, like
Owen believed. Owen was a believer.
In Rublev?
in Rublev?
Oh no, Ruud.
I don't think anyone was
in Ruud. Yeah,
Rublev.
in Ruud.
I mean, I think all of us thought when we saw that, none of us thought Rublev was going to come through with that.
I thought he had the worst chance in the group out of all of them.
I thought if there was anyone who would go 0 for 3, it would be Rublev, not Medvedev. Or you know, I mean, Rublev is the one that.
Medvedev's my big disappointment of this tournament.
But I mean, that being said, you know, all
tight, but still
for the match and two of them. But it's just a confidence thing, you know. Since the Australian Open, it's just confidence. It's gone away in big moments.
I don't know what's going on with him, but like, I mean, I think you even trace it back to Acapulco and like that match he lost to Nadal there. Like that was kind of lopsided, but like he had moments there. You know, he's world number 1. Like, I don't know. I feel like he's even sort of declined since then.
I feel like he's shown patches throughout the year. Like there was that in Miami. I mean, he took care of like 3 opponents pretty easily. Then he lost to Hurkacz. Then he underwent hernia surgery, and then from there it's just been like I thought he was back when he won Los Cabos. I thought he was back, and then he lost to Kyrgios twice, and then Steph in Cincinnati. I mean, Cincinnati's semifinal has been his biggest result all year since the Australian Open. So
that's insane.
He's lost his last 8 matches against top 10 players. So it's like it's really gone downhill. But you know, that being said, he still made it here. He still had chances in this tournament. So it's like he really just needs like a good hard reset. Like just get away from tennis for like 1 month and just you know.
Yeah, because I mean, if he doesn't do well in Australia, then it's going to be a full year of bad results by his standards. He needs a good run there.
And I think there's a lot of players, a lot more players who believe that they can beat Medvedev now. Like his aura is kind of chipping away. Like it's
I agree.
It's not going to be easy in Australia, I don't think.
Something else to factor in is you know, if Medvedev does badly in Australia, he doesn't get as far as he should. He's losing a lot of points. Is he at risk of dropping out of top 10?
Good question.
Yeah, he could be out of the top 10, honestly, because he has 1,200 points to defend, and if he loses in the 4th round, he's already lost over 1,000. So that's just the way the points work. And then you're looking at him potentially at 10 or 11 in the world. And
I can't imagine him with 2 digits next to his name at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I guess then the positive would be he doesn't have much to defend for the rest of the year, and then he'd miss clay court season and grass, and there's all that. But
I saw some conjecture on Twitter today from various people giving scores out of 10 for Medvedev's year, and I think some of them were a little bit inflated. Let's say, I mean, I think I saw as high as 7, which for me, Nadal is 8.5. For example, in my opinion, Djokovic will be something similar. You know, maybe you could put Alcaraz at 9 if we talk about expectations, etc. But when you're doing that, you know, and you're giving a guy who got to the Cincinnati semi-final, that was his highlight this year, and you're giving him 6 or 7, then I think you've got very low expectations of Daniel Medvedev if you think he's had an okay year.
Yeah, I mean, I might give him a 2. Like, what is there to salvage from this year? Yeah,
I mean, I would say 4 out of 10. But
maybe a 5. Yeah, 4 to 5.
Yeah,
I would say it's like,
it all depends on what you regard as average. I mean, I think it's a subjective thing, but for me, 5 or 6 is average, and I would say it's below that. But listen, I've jumped on because I want to have a chat with you guys about well, just very quickly, Nick. I haven't really heard from you in terms of this match. Did it take you by surprise, the result?
No, because I said before my gut instinct was Rublev, and I said Rublev in 3.
There you go.
So thank you for setting me up so well, John. You can be my wingman anytime. I'll see you in Germany. No, I wasn't that surprised. I thought it would be closer in terms of the decider. I didn't think would happen was Rublev running away with it like he did. And that's what impressed me about that performance was after that service game where he lost from 40 love up, credit to Rublev, he stabilized. He avoided getting himself into too many hours of holes. I don't know. I think he did face break points again, but I think it was only
Just
in
once.
that end of the second set. Only at the end of the second set. But overall, like the way he kind of stayed with Tsitsipas and waited for that dip and then took control. Great match play from Rublev. And he just got better as it went on. So for me, that was more the surprise rather than it being a close contest all the way from start to finish. But Rublev winning is not a surprise to me. He was playing really well this tournament, and he was due a win over Tsitsipas.
Do we think, from Djokovic's perspective, we'll put aside his performance today and his energy levels and any other concerns we might have. Do you think, like I do, we'll put this to Owen, that, you know, Djokovic publicly would never say this, but if you're in Djokovic's camp, you are privately thinking, I want Taylor Fritz to knock out Felix, and I want Rublev to knock out Tsitsipas for my man to have a better chance of winning this tournament.
Oh yeah, probably. I mean, I think Felix and Tsitsipas are definitely more dangerous. I think Felix with that service game. Tsitsipas, I think, is better from the baseline, more capable of matching Djokovic in exchanges. But I still think Djokovic has his work cut out for him, to be honest. I think he's going to be wiped out from the match today. And I think even if he gets through Fritz, I told these two that my man Casper Ruud is going to beat him in the final because Djokovic is going to be too tired. That's my take anyway.
Vanch, do you agree?
No, I don't actually. I think I don't think Djokovic is going to be wiped out by this match today. I think it actually gave him exactly what he needed going into tomorrow. I mean, there's a chance it could get very physical against Fritz, but I don't really think so. Not with the way Fritz plays. I mean, Medvedev has always done this to Novak, and he's always kind of dragged him in these long exchanges, and both very similar types of players and from the baseline, and it was kind of natural to expect this match would be physical. But the fact that Djokovic was willing to give it his all, I think he feels pretty confident in his physical abilities at the moment, and I feel like he will be just fine tomorrow. It'll probably be just the right amount of adrenaline and energy. He might start out super strong against Fritz, and I don't know. I mean, I still like the matchup a lot for Djokovic, even though I know Fritz has improved. So I still give him a pretty good chance of winning that match. And then against Rublev and Ruud, I mean, I still put him as a heavy favorite against either of them, even though they both played fantastic this week. So for me, I'd be surprised if Djokovic didn't win this tournament. Pretty surprised, actually.
The head-to-head with Fritz is hard to argue with, but I literally trembling with fatigue today during the match. Like, I feel like that has to play a role.
But it's Novak Djokovic. He's the Iron Man. Tennis.
But I know, and how many times have we seen him do that before in a match and look like he's completely worn out and finished, and he just finds that extra reserve every single time. I mean, sometimes he's been guilty of maybe over exaggerating to some degree, but he always looks just about ready to chase the next ball every single time.
He does.
Straight into 2021.
Yeah.
I mean, there's that match against Andy Murray, right?
The Australian Open. Yeah, I mean, which one, Vanch? Because there have been multiple where he looks like tired and or hurt. But I think what gives me pause is that it's this tournament that he hasn't won since 2015. I think sometimes because he's played a long match and then he's gassed out on the next day. I think if the one 2019 plays a marathon against Team, and then the next day runs into a red-hot Federer and just doesn't seem to have a lot left to fight back with. And, Taylor Fritz is no Federer. I will be very clear about that. But I feel like we could be looking at a similar situation, maybe.
We could also be looking... Let's see what happens tomorrow and if Owen's thoughts materialize. We could be looking at a situation where Nadal and Djokovic have, because of their inner competitiveness, their will and their insistence on playing tennis and beating the opponent, if you like, and entertaining the crowd, whatever their motivation is, they've both kind of done own goals in terms of their body this year. If Owen's situation materializes, I'm of course referring to Nadal against Fritz. By pulling out the semi-final, I think it meant he had a shot at playing the US Open, but arguably, if he'd have just pulled out of that match at the end of the first set when his family urged him to. I mean, they were urging him. They didn't even celebrate a single point for the rest of the match. That's how they felt, because there were doubts about him anyway. He was already wearing, which he refused to answer questions on his stomach going into the tournament and during the tournament. So I think that everybody in his team thought this is putting the rest of his season at risk, and arguably it damaged it. Let's see. I'm sitting on the fence regarding Djokovic and tomorrow, because I see both. I want to see what happens with my own eyes. I think for me, his symptoms today seem flu-like. Now, flu into. I mean, I remember myself shivering with a temperature 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm not comparing myself to Djokovic in terms of ability to get over that, because I could barely pick up the remote control, and it was a huge effort. But that's what it seemed like to me. But flu can knock you out, so it really can. And of course, playing a tennis match probably doesn't do it any help. Let's have a look at the other semi-final. Vanch, we've got Casper Ruud against Andrey Rublev. Am I right? Yes, of course. Ruud against Rublev. I still don't know what the order is yet for tomorrow's matches, but give me your thoughts on, let's say, Casper Ruud, who's had a pretty good tournament, but I was interested in what Nick said about losing momentum. What are your thoughts, Vanch?
Yeah, I think Rublev. I think both of those guys are coming into the semifinal feeling very good. I mean, Rublev with his 2 wins here in this group of death, and then Ruud with a pretty good performance against all three, I would say. Even though he's lost to Rafa, I think for him that's probably an easy one to get behind. I mean, Rafa's to recover from. I mean, Rafa's his idol. It was a dead rubber. It was kind of just, they're going to be playing a ton against each other anyway in the next coming weeks with the exhibitions. So it was more just kind of a nice way to try out different tactics. I mean, Rafa played that match very well compared to how he played the other two, and he had a lot more time on this against this kind of an opponent. So I don't think Rublev will be too worried. And I think having played Rublev here last year, I think, and beaten him in a third set tiebreak when there was a lot on the line, a semifinal spot, I think he'll feel pretty good, and he'll feel like he's improved a lot since in the last 1 year. He's improved his backhand in particular. His spot serving has improved. And he's playing really good. Just moving really well. He looks a lot fresher. He didn't play a whole lot of tennis, get a whole lot of wins before this event. Post US Open, he didn't really look good at all. That's part of the reason why a lot of us underestimated his chances. But that being said, I do like his chances. I'd make him the slight favorite over Rublev in that match.
Do you agree, Nick?
Ruud and Rublev. I can see why. I actually think I'm going to favour Rublev in that match slightly. I think Rublev's got the more momentum. He's got a better head-to-head. I think he's on a path to redemption at this tournament. And judging by the level he played to get out of a group of death, I think that was probably better than the level than the Casper's produced. So I'm going to give Rublev the edge. To answer your question earlier about the scheduling, tomorrow afternoon's match is Djokovic versus Fritz. The night match is Ruud versus Rublev.
Great. I'm really pleased you answered that question, because I had Djokovic on Google and just kept refreshing it every few minutes because I was really and you've got me, Nick. You've beaten me, and you might even have beaten Google. I don't know where you got your info from. Maybe you got some inside knowledge, Nick. But that's great. Maybe you've got the tournament director on refresh or on speed dial. Listen, Vanch, what have you thought of the tournament so far? We talked about the group of death. Well, arguably the other group was the group of life, and Nadal couldn't even win 2 matches in that group. What do you think about Nadal at this tournament and his and the rest of his year, and of course the beginning of next year?
Yeah, I think I was a little bit concerned at the beginning of the week for Nadal, just because of his level since Wimbledon, obviously coming back from the abdominal injury, just his form in general. I mean, you can chalk it up to so many different things. Obviously, speed of the court, low bounce, indoor conditions, doesn't win titles indoors, great players, first strike tennis. There was all of that against Felix and Fritz, but I really liked what I saw against Ruud just because he went out with a real intent to be super aggressive. He was hitting his backhand really, really well, I thought, yesterday in that match. He finished it off with a really emphatic cross-court backhand winner. Really good serving. I've never seen him serve that well before in an indoor surface. It was the most aces he'd ever hit on a hard court, 16. and I think 5 aces in a row at one point, which you never really see from him. So that was good, and I think he has a good attitude about it overall. In press conferences, and seems to just take this on the chin. I think he knows that this was just sort of a phase. He's got some more time and information to work with in the off season, and he's experienced. And I don't really think it's a reason for him to panic or anything like that. I'm not overly concerned by his performances this week. Actually, it was kind of expected going into this week that he was going to struggle a little bit, especially in his first match. And he did start to get better, I think, against Felix and Fritz. I mean, they were very similar, but really took it up another level against a player in Casper Ruud who gives him much more time, which I think is key for him on the surface. He needs time, and he's talked about that, especially with his forehand, and he tends to sit up. And this I think he'll have gotten exactly what he wanted. I think even if he had lost, we would have all just thought, okay, Nadal wasn't really that ready to play this tournament. But now that he has a win under his belt, I think he'll feel good.
Yeah. Owen, Felix, I think probably we all agree that it's been a pretty good year for him. One or two disappointments, but I think one of those disappointments probably would be this tournament, given the form he showed. I think only Holger Rune and Djokovic probably played better in this part of the season, and one of those guys wasn't here. So for me, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I had him as comfortably the second favourite. Paris-Bercy was a slight setback, but I still thought he's the big danger to Djokovic, and yet he's going home already. What are your thoughts on him and his tournament?
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely on a roll leading up to this, but I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that he's still young. I think probably all the matches did catch up to him, and also just he was facing elite competition, right? Like he got a win over Nadal. He lost a tough match to Fritz, and he lost a reasonably close match to Ruud. Maybe he didn't bring his best in either of those. Like it happens. The margins are small at this tournament. I think the surface being so quick shrinks the margins as well. And in terms of it being a disappointment, this is probably going to sound harsher than I mean it to. He's had a really good year in some respects. I think he's played some matches that have blown my mind. I think he's been great in defeat, like against Medvedev at the Australian Open and Nadal at the French Open. But he lost in the first round of Wimbledon and had one break point. He lost to Jack Draper in straight sets at the US Open. And so compared to those, this is not that big of a disappointment. I think he'll come back strong next year, but like he's had lower moments this year.
I mean, he's got over this point. There was a problem last year and has been a problem for a while of not being able to win finals. That has been overcome in style. I think he's won 4 tournaments this year. I agree that Wimbledon, in particular Wimbledon, I would suggest is probably the biggest disappointment for him, because it's the one where he's probably expected to do best. I know he had a tough first round. It probably don't come much tougher than that if you're a seed in Cressy, but still. Have you got any thoughts on Felix and his tournament, or where he's at, Nick?
It has to be said that he's going to have to be a little bit disappointed, because he was the overwhelming favourite to get out of that group, given the indoor season he's had, given that this is the kind of conditions these courts would really suit him. But losing to Casper Ruud and then losing the way he did to Taylor Fritz was getting completely picked apart on the backhand by Fritz. It wasn't. He played a really good second set, but that was about it. He's definitely underperformed at this ATP Finals. This year, though, has been his best season overall still that he's had in his career. I would say he's finally got that title. He's got a couple of 500 titles. He's had some really strong Grand Slam performances, even though for the first 2, even though he underperformed at Wimbledon and the US Open. I would say overall it's a net positive for him. Not the ending he would have wanted, but I think that he'll still go into 2023 and Australia feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, cool. Okay, before we let you go, because we've got about 5 more minutes, and I just want to now refocus again on these semi-finals. Let's look at Djokovic first against Taylor Fritz. It's one we've not really touched on so much. I know we talked about the matchup there, but Vanch, what has Taylor Fritz got to do to either win or at least stand a chance of winning?
Yeah, he's got to be super clinical in his service games. I mean, just has to have a really, really good serving day. That's like a must. I think he's going to go out believing that he can win like he always does against the best players. So I'm not too concerned about that. I don't think the moment will overwhelm him or anything like that. I think he's going to keep it pretty simple and just stick to doing what he does best. I don't think he needs to redline or go for lines or anything like that. I think he just needs to, hit his spots very well on the serve. And then on the return, whenever he gets any look at a Djokovic second serve, he's got to rip his forehand. I think that's going to be key. Anything short, anything central, he just has to go for it. He has to rip it. He does not want to be defending in neutral rallies against Djokovic. His movement has improved. He's definitely a good mover now. But I don't think his movement is, let's say, the caliber of a Medvedev or a Djokovic or Nadal or any of these other top 4 or 5 players. He's better on, when he's stretched out in the corners, he's not going to fare as well athletically compared to some of these players. So he's going to want to be the one that has the first strike and dictates. So he's going to just want to focus on that. Try to get it into some tie breaks. He's got he'll certainly get a look or two, and he just has to be opportune and just believe, because he has played a few tight sets against Djokovic in the past. In Rome on clay, which is not his favorite surface, he pushed Djokovic to a tiebreak and made him kind of frustrated. When they played in Australia, that was competitive because of the Djokovic Apter thing, but I remember even the first 2 sets were reasonably close. It was 7-6, 6-4. So, and he's improved quite a lot since then, and he's going to go in as an underdog, and he's going to be fresher of the 2 players. I think what Owen brings up a good point, that Djokovic's match today was very physical, 3 hours and 10 minutes. Not ideal to have to play a dead rubber like that in an ATP finals the day before a semi. So yeah, I mean, that is something that Fritz has going for himself, and Fritz with the extra day could
we have seen Novak struggle a couple of times this year physically. Unusually for him, it's such a noticeable thing because I think it so rarely happens. But we remember that quarterfinal against Rafa, Owen, don't we, where he was stretching a lot in that 4th set. I know we spoke about that quite a bit recently when we've on for the show that I've got coming up regarding matches of the year. But we also saw it again in Paris-Bercy in the 3rd set in particular, where he got some treatment as well. And he did seem to be struggling a bit. Might we see something similar tomorrow? I mean, I guess you think so, given what we saw today.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably, yeah. And it's funny that you talk about Fritz's defense font, because I think honestly that's the main thing I'm going to have my eye on tomorrow. I think Fritz needs to stretch out rallies and this is a very tough ask because this isn't his game, but I think he almost needs to pull a Medvedev on Djokovic. I think he needs to get enough balls back to stretch out the rallies that Djokovic is going to get tired and start missing. I think he wants longer points. I don't think the grip and rip strategy is really going to work. I think he needs to dig in, not be the one to break when the rallies get long. I think he just needs to be like an unbreaking wall and do what Djokovic usually does to opponents.
The problem is I fear that Djokovic is all court game, bringing Fritz forward, mixing in serving volley, drop shots, slices. I feel like all of that is going to come to bear in this match, and Fritz is going to struggle the longer those rallies go, because he's going to be put in really uncomfortable positions. Let's say Felix wasn't able to put him under because he had the upper hand for the most part from the baseline, but Djokovic is just a much better baseliner in general.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be a miserable time for Fritz, but I don't really know if he has another choice. I think he just needs to run for everything and get to as much stuff as he can. I know that doesn't really sound like a game plan, but I feel like if he can do that well enough, it would start to pay dividends at some point.
Nick, I think you're commentating on that tomorrow, right?
I am commentating on that tomorrow. It's going to be an interesting one, given all the context. We're going to be looking into seeing how healthy Djokovic is. We're going to be seeing what kind of form Taylor Fritz is in. Can he do anything to hurt Djokovic? Because I was hearing you guys talk about tactics, and all I could think of is, but it's Novak Djokovic, and he does all that just better. Yeah. And that's the reality. I think it'd be an interesting one to commentate on. I'm really looking forward to it and seeing what Fritz can do. But I am expecting to see Novak Djokovic reach the final, physical condition or not.
Owen, as I know you've got to go pretty soon, I want to get your thoughts on Rublev against Ruud. for me, before I continue and let you respond, I just think that it's yeah, I guess it's 55-45 in Ruud's favor, but I don't really know what to think. What do we know much about the matchup here?
Yeah, Vance was saying earlier, Rublev leads the head-to-head 4-1, but they were all sort of long enough ago that it doesn't really apply that much. My thoughts are basically just that Ruud is a little better at everything. I think he serves better. I think he returns better. I think his backhand is less of a weakness. I think he defends better. I think his forehand is probably a bit better, although that difference is pretty negligible. So I just feel like he's going to win through the intangibles, basically. Like, he's probably better at net. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like unless Rublev just executes at a significantly higher level, Ruud's going to win.
Do you agree, Vanch?
Yeah, I lean slightly towards Ruud as well. I mean, I think maybe 60-40 for me for Ruud. I think his heaviness off the forehand, getting it up high on Andrey is going to be key. I think he's going to look to attack second serves, which he's more comfortable doing now. He's more comfortable going down the line with his backhand, flattening it out. You can see by the head-to-head here, the most significant match for me is the one that they played last year, the ATP finals. And I think having won that and seeing how much Ruud has improved from that relative to Rublev, that's where I kind of give him the edge slightly.
Very interesting here from Jeff, though. I guess this is a comment from Tsitsipas in his press conference or some kind of interview he's done, because obviously it's not an on-court one because he lost. Tsitsipas said about his opponent that he prevailed with the few tools he had.
Oh my God.
Tsitsipas can get a bit, Catty can get a bit annoyed in his press conference. I remember when he lost to Holger Rune at the French Open. I think he was quite annoyed at his own performance. It is funny, yeah. It is funny.
Yeah. It's like when he said Medvedev was like, what did he say about Medvedev? Like, after losing at the Australian Open, like, he doesn't have that many options or something, or like he has to play like this after he'd lost in straight sets or something.
I'm not sure. I don't remember that,
God.
but
I love it.
Yeah, I like him.
About him being one-dimensional, something like that.
Yeah, one-dimensional, and it's like, well, clearly like more dimensional than you on the day. I don't know. I feel like coming from the person who lost the match, like, these quotes just don't have that much impact, so I can just laugh at them.
Yeah, it's a great quote. Go on, Nick.
I need to hear the whole thing, though. I need to hear him actually say it on video and with context. But yeah,
go on, Nick.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, like, Tsitsipas is also the one saying this, a man with many glaring weaknesses on the backhand. So he's one to talk.
Oh, yeah, Captain Shank.
Oh gosh.
I need to see these quotes in context, though. I feel like sometimes they're just sort of. It's funny when you see them like this, but I need to see.
Yeah, they can be taken out of context, to be fair, but.
Yeah, but there's quite a few words stuck together there that I don't think the question was how did it feel to lose against someone with so few tools.
Probably
not. No, probably not. Definitely
question. Although that would be funny. That would be great. I don't see the tennis press. I don't see them suggesting that, and I certainly wouldn't. Not yet. Anyway, maybe one day I'll have that level of confidence. But yeah, that would be very funny. So I do think. I mean, I would imagine it's a press conference. It does seem to be quite soon after the match. Normally, these press conferences can take about half an hour or an hour till they actually happen. But that's the only place I can assume it would happen, because the loser goes off court and the winner stays on for the comments afterwards. So yeah, there we go. Listen, has anyone else got anything to add about the semi-finals tomorrow? Say it now, because we're going to close the show very soon. I guess that means no. Let's go for a prediction then. Owen, Ruud or Rublev?
Ruud.
Vanch?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Ruud as well.
Nick?
Rublev.
Djokovic, Fritz. Nick?
Djokovic.
Djokovic, Fritz. Vanch?
Djokovic.
And Owen, I know what you've got to say.
Sticking with the theme of the odd one out, I'll go Fritz.
Yeah. Guys, it's been great. You've talked us through that match really well. It's been a good week, I think. At the beginning of the week, I was a bit concerned with so many aces and straight sets matches, but I think it has picked up pace, particularly since the the match that went to a deciding tiebreak between Rublev and Medvedev, and from that moment onwards, I think the tournament took off. Hopefully, we get 2 crackers tomorrow. I know Nick is going to be commentating on the match tomorrow afternoon with Claire and maybe somebody else. I haven't yet decided or haven't yet found a third person, but hopefully we'll get someone else. And I know that tomorrow night, myself, Miles and Ashley will be taking you through the second semi-final. So that's all to look forward to. Once again, guys, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having us.
Great.
Yep.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks as always, John.
Cheers. I'm going to put some promo stuff on now. Let's see if this works.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.